All right, if everybody wants to start making their way to their seats, we're going to get going. All right, Linda, are we ready to roll? All right, with that, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Board of Nevada Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, May 3rd, 2024. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Barnes to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll ask the department to take the roll call.
Chair Cavilla,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers, Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
here.
And Vice Chair Rogers let us know he wouldn't be attending today. I will ask the County Advisory Board members here in Reno to announce themselves. All right, thank you. Any cab members on Zoom?
Paul Dixon, Clark. Paul Dixon, Clark.
Thank you, Paul.
Jamie Halpin, Eureka Cab.
All right, thank you. And I do want to make a note, we will take lunch today, probably, we'll see what agenda item we're on around lunchtime for probably an hour and a half. It's kind of standard for the commission. I just want to point that out. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 2, public comment period, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Reno?
Paul Dixon.
Any public comment on Zoom? All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 3, approval of the agenda. For possible action, the commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for May 3rd, 2024. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So any commission questions or comments on the agenda? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda? Real quick, I'm going to bring it back to Director Janae.
There we go. For the record, Alan Janae, I just wanted to let you know we're going to drop agenda item 7A, which is the department activity report. Looking over this agenda, understanding that there's a function tonight that members of the commission and others in the public want to attend, we'll go ahead and send out that activity report via email so that the commissioners can see that, and we'll make that available. But that generally takes us about an hour. So I wanted to try to shave off a little for the commission today, given this packed agenda. I know it'll upset my division administrators much, but we wanted to go ahead and just create a little space in the agenda today.
All right. Thank you, Director Janae. All right, any cab comment on Zoom regarding the agenda? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes?
I'd make a motion to approve the agenda for May 3rd as presented, with the item 7A being removed for today.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Barnes, second by Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers absent. Okay, agenda item number 4, approval of minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the March 8th and 9th, 2024 meeting. So any commission comments on the minutes? And I didn't have any. I think they were very well put together myself, but. All right, seeing none, any cab comment on the minutes from March? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment on the minutes, March in Reno? Okay, public comment on Zoom. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
I'm just going to abstain since I was not here for that commission meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Caviglio. I'll go ahead and move to approve the minutes as presented for the March 8th and 9th, 2024 meeting.
Okay, I have a commotion. I have a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Walter. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Wise abstaining and Vice Chair Rogers absent. Agenda item number 5, member items, announcements, and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So a couple items I was just going to go over. In early April, the commission, the department did a presentation, and 4 of us ended up attending the interim Natural Resource Committee to provide I guess just some backup on they had requested on the makeup of the commission. And I want to thank the department for putting that together, and the commissioners who attended. I want to thank everyone as well for doing that with myself. The Wild Horse and Burro letter that we approved, the commission approved for me to draft with the department, that did go out as well. I think we all have a copy of that. And then as far as public comment goes, we got quite a bit of public comment. Most of it's related to future agenda items. We did get, this last week, we got a letter regarding a non-resident desert bighorn tag deferral. We all got that as well, so I just wanted to mention that. So any additional members, items, announcements, or correspondence? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, with the activity report going away, it kind of puts me into this category, so I'm going to take a couple seconds here. I had, it's been a long haul since the last meeting for me. I've had a lot of calls, a lot of people, a lot of frustration, and I don't want to ratchet this meeting up too early. I'm going to try to sit on my hands and behave as best I can, but I had folks call me about at least 4 separate trapping incidents up here in the north. I can't say that they've all occurred since our last meeting, but more recently than not. 2 involved apparently legal sets, 2 involved illegal sets. And one of the legal sets actually snared a deer. So I was going to ask for some updates from the department since we're going to be moving away from that. We'll not worry about that today maybe, but it kind of plays into a bigger issue as I go on. So there's been a lot of simmering going on out there in the public. People are concerned, they're frustrated. As we have more and more activity, our area up here is growing. This is just in our area. It's not even, I don't even know what's going on down south. Nobody's talked to me specifically, but we have a growing population, and people are being, some of it is our encouragement, getting out and enjoying the outdoors, doing what people enjoy doing. So we're pushing people into conflict in a lot of ways. It's natural. It's going to happen. That's what happens. So, the legal stuff, we can do our best to manage that. But these illegal sets, I'll talk more about it in a second. But we've got to find a way to go after the folks that just are not being compliant. We don't need these problems. They're manageable. They're things that we can manage in some way. So I'm letting you know about those. There was at least one incident and apparently more involving deer being shot in Galena area. And apparently the HOA was made aware of it. I was under the understanding that the department had been made aware of it through whether the HOA or whatever, but apparently the department was not aware of it. And one of these was a deer that was shot with a bow and arrow in early April, okay? And apparently it was not the first one. So these things are occurring in a habitat, in an area where people are living. And I think I've asked Christy to look into that the best that she can. And I don't know, maybe it's appropriate for her to share whatever information, but I'm just letting you guys know about these things. They're coming to me. People are kind of afraid to come forward. I'll just say it. They don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're, so I'm bringing it forward for them is really what I'm doing. And we'll have, at some point, the department can address these things. And the last thing, this Wyoming wolf incident. Is everybody familiar with the Wyoming wolf incident? Has everybody heard about it? Okay. It involved a person that ran over a wolf with a snowmobile intentionally, because it's not illegal in Wyoming to do that. The female wolf was badly injured. So they took the wolf, they taped her mouth shut, they paraded her around to various parts of town and into a bar. Apparently, there's video of this person putting a shock collar on the wolf and shocking the wolf over and over and over, and then eventually taking it outside and shooting it. These are the types of things that happen when we don't tend to our business. When we don't have strong laws that say these activities are not condoned. Not only are they not condoned, but they're condemned, and we're going to do something about it. And we're primed for those same things happening in Nevada. Same things happening in Nevada. Can you go through and outlaw every last activity like this? Running over something with a snowmobile? Yeah, we probably could. But I think that being complicit is not going to work anymore. This incident was showing up in travel magazines, very popular, highly respected travel magazines. It's running through the tourism communities. These are bad looks, and Wyoming is dealing with, it's a bad deal in Wyoming. This guy got fined initially $250. That's it. That's the punishment. And I think we need to have a healthy, robust discussion on how we're going to deal with those things here in Nevada, and make sure that people understand. People will respect what we inspect. That's what I used to tell my staff right here at the health department when I worked here. People will respect what we put emphasis on. And we need to make sure that people understand, look, you're on your own with this kind of stuff. This action should be condemned in every way, shape, and form. But it speaks to the broader issue of, how we treat things that predators in particular. You know, this is kind of the attitude, you know, so for lack of action and a lack of saying, no, it's not okay, and we're gonna hammer you if you go past this line, people think it's okay. There are people out there that think it's okay. The vast majority of us get it. The vast majority. One stinking fool. One fool. Not only did they blow up reputation of the sportsmen in Wyoming, but it's damaging everybody across this country and probably internationally. And it's mostly sportsmen taking the hit, even though I can't think of one person in my life that would ever condone that. And that includes all of you out here. I know pretty much all of you out here. So I bring that up. It's frustrating. It's emotional. You know, these are emotions, right? I'm emotional about it. I'm pissed off about it. You know, and I've had a lot of phone calls on it. So anyway, got it out of my system. Poor Mike took the hit a couple of days ago for you guys, so I got a lot of it out of my system before then. So Mike, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, any additional, I guess I think we all did see the Wyoming Wolf thing, and I will say, I mean, all the major, like, national sportsmen's groups even, I think, put out comment, you know, not, you know, against that,
Right.
just how horrendous that was, just a person going brain dead, truly, so.
And for lack of action, there's going to be people out there that say for $250, I can do the same thing. Unless we encourage their compliance voluntarily with such severe penalties that they don't dare do it.
All right, any additional commission questions or comment? All right, nothing from the department? Nope. Okay. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 6, county advisory boards to manage wildlife. Informational member items. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items in Reno? Seeing none, any CAB items on Zoom? All right, keep rolling. Agenda item number 7B, litigation report, Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
Well, this is a good time to have very little to report with the agenda you all have. So I do feel like the Maytag repairman, which is a good thing. We don't have litigation going on other than our ongoing water issues, the docket that continues in federal district court. So that's about it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dag Burkett? All right, seeing none, thank you. Agenda item number 7C, habitat status and trend, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries. A presentation will be provided on the status and trend of Nevada's wildlife habitat.
Good morning, Chair Cavilla, fellow commissioners, Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. We got here a lot quicker than I expected, so let me log in and get going. All right. I appreciate your patience while I got that loaded. Division Administrator Jasmine Kleiper's also going to help provide some information in this presentation. So we're just going to give you a quick overview on the habitat status and trends. Here's a quick roadmap of the items we're going to talk about today. We're going to cover some of the long-term vegetation trends for Nevada. We're going to look at some of the short-term weather and vegetation conditions, look at Great Basin Wildfire Season Outlook report that I received from BLM meteorologist. We'll talk some about some emerging threats and considerations and cover some of the department activities. So first and foremost, I'm sure most of you are aware the major threats across the Great Basin and specifically Nevada. Invasive species and wildfire is a great threat to our ecosystems. We also have some pinyon juniper encroachment in places more so in eastern central Nevada. Across the state, we have spring riparian meadow degradation for various reasons. Drought has been a large player in Nevada. There's a UCLA report a few years ago claiming the last 22 years have been the driest on record, going back 800 years. So certainly drier and trending towards drier. And then, of course, anthropogenic development is another threat to wildlife habitats. This is an eco-state map taken, and you can see 1986 to 1990, we've averaged across 5 years to get rid of some of the interannual variation with some of the annual invasive species, and then a more current map. And you can see those changes, the map's drastically different. In the older map from the 80s, you see a lot more dark greens, lighter greens. That's the best of the best. That's great condition habitat. The dark greens are the light greens, more of an intermediate. It's still really good condition, but there's some threat. We've got some invasive annuals in the system, 10%. And the reds and the yellows is poor condition shrubland and poor condition grassland. That's the stuff you don't want. And so we'd like to reverse these maps and be trending towards better, but we're not. This is some of the foundational Landsat imagery used in some of our sagebrush habitat plan using these eco-state maps. It's a generalized state and transition model. It's widely accepted throughout the West. Some of the new modeling technologies using the rangeland analysis platform has enabled us to do some of this modeling, look at these trends through time, and it's pretty telling where we've been and where we are now. And like I said, we would love to change the trajectory of this. This is more of a graphic view of that same data set. You can see those dark green, the lighter green shrinking, basically cut in half in the past 30-year period, while the yellows, the reds, the things we don't want, have increased fourfold. Now moving on to more of the short-term precipitation patterns. The next few slides were taken from the Nevada Water Supply Outlook NRCS produces. Pretty amazing. The last 2 years were the wettest on record for the upper Humboldt Basin since 1982 and 1983. So pretty outstanding precip years back to back. These are just some images from that same report. As of May 1st, you could see the snow water equivalent is on the left and the water year to date is on the right. Both show pretty good numbers, generally above average. Another picture from the same report showing monthly precipitation as a percent of median through this water year. You could see October was generally wet, some variation, about average for November, dry December, and then January, February, March were definitely wet, usually in excess of 150% of average. April, I did take a look at that this morning. It is on the drier end, but certainly a pretty good precip year. Now switching gears to the Great Basin Fire Season Outlook, I give full credit to Gina Palma. She's a meteorologist with the Great Basin Coordination Center. This group does fire modeling, projections, help support wildland fire incident responses. She's much better and versed at the meteorological work than I am, but I'll try and share some of her findings. You can see that left graph, that is 2022-2023 winter. The one on the right is this past winter. Those dark blues are all in excess of 150% snowpack. And you can see just across the Great Basin, a large swath last year, and this following winter, it's been more variable across the Great Basin, but certainly Nevada has seen some of the larger increases, including the Southwest. I think this is a map that worries a lot of us, and we kind of expected this, right? This is in terms of fuels. BLM's data, where they have those big fire years, are indicated by those black boxes. And it's usually in those categories that are white. Those are high precip years. It's a drought background, so the reds, the dark reds, that's some of the really droughty conditions. We're not seeing big fire years during those drought conditions, mainly because there's not the fuel loads there to support the fires. However, the wet years and just lagging a year behind wet years, those are the big fire years, and you can see where we are in 2024. So the conditions are going to be ripe for a large fire year. There's a lot that goes into that. We can't predict what the fire season's going to be because we don't know what the ignitions look like. Human ignitions make up the majority of the fires. So it just kind of depends on that human ignition standpoint. And I did see this past week, BLM released an order closing all fire burning explosive targets on public lands for all summer long, which is, I haven't seen that from the BLM. I don't recall seeing it in recent years. So they are being proactive about and recognize this could be a big fire year with the fuel loads out there. And then the last graph she shared with me just shows a monthly fire fuel loading kind of projection and where those significant wildfire fire potentials exist in time. So the upper left is April, upper right is May, lower left's June, and lower right is July. So you can see we don't have significant wildfire potential until we reach July. With the wetter years, generally things are going to be delayed. That's probably why we're seeing the pattern in this graph we are. But in July, that Northeast Nevada piece starts to pop with high wildfire potential. I suspect if we had August, September, potentially October, we'd see a lot more Nevada turning red. So we are monitoring the fuel conditions. We are preparing for a big fire year in terms of going out and finding funding, purchasing seed, purchasing herbicide to be prepared for this fall. Now I'll turn over to Biodiversity Division Administrator Jasmine Kleiber.
Good morning, everyone. Jasmine Kleiber for the record. So as Mark was mentioning, we see some new emerging threats and increases in these threats across the landscape in Nevada that I'll discuss a little bit. Several large-scale efforts are currently going on at both national scales as well as regional scales specific to western U.S. And Nevada, and those include the BLM Renewable Energy Rule. The BLM recently published the final rule for this that, in essence, is working to be more accommodating toward transmission needs and renewable energy projects across the country in order to meet those national energy goals. They are also recently, BLM initiated a process to expand the solar PEIS, or what was the Western Solar Plan. And under that programmatic environmental impact statement, they're now expanding the extent of where solar energy would be focused across Western states, adding 5 additional states to the original plan. And there are some pretty significant elements of that expansion that stand to directly affect Nevada's habitats across the entire state. The department has been participating in that process very closely as a cooperating agency and providing feedback on overarching comments that are relative to the approach BLM is taking for solar energy in the West and specifically in Nevada, as well as the area of land that's needed to accommodate those national energy goals relative to how much is being proposed to offer up across Nevada and those 11 western states. We're also providing specific feedback on that effort toward best management practices and design features to help provide more conservation of Nevada's habitats as well as species under this programmatic effort. We're also working on Section 368 transmission corridors, EIS, that is currently in the process, and that's another BLM effort. That's specific to establishing right-of-ways that can be utilized for energy transmission. Those rights-of-ways in many cases already exist through previous congressional designation, as well as Section 368 environmental impact statements from years past. They're now reevaluating existing corridors that were established under those previous efforts and initiatives, as well as looking at adding additional corridors. That doesn't translate to direct impacts initially, but what that does is it would authorize new rights of way that then could be used for energy transmission projects in the future. In Nevada specifically, we have seen over the last approximately 12 years about an 82% increase in overall energy projects being proposed across the state. The majority of those are comprised of solar projects. And traditionally, we would see those projects in southern Nevada. However, we're starting to see proposals for these projects occurring all across the state. I've got 5 projects listed up here right now, and those are split between southern Nevada and western Nevada. We have 2 projects being proposed right next to the Mason Valley WMA, and also battery energy storage facilities that are also being proposed in that area. But what we're seeing, like I said, is that expansion. We're just seeing a lot more being proposed across the state. We're seeing a new wind projects being proposed as well. We have 5 projects we're aware of that we're currently working with BLM and project proponents in White Pine and Eureka counties. All 4 of those, 4 projects, those 4 projects right there are all in White Pine County right now and under proposal. We also see the R+ pump hydro storage project occurring in White Pine County right now. That project is intending to pump groundwater to create hydroelectric energy to put back into the grid. And then transmission projects. Many of you have heard me speak toward the Greenlink North, Greenlink West projects in past. Those are large-scale projects, 500 kV lines that run east-west from just outside of Ely all the way to Mason Valley, as well as outside of Beatty all the way up to Mason Valley, among others. We have the cross-tie transmission line that's entering from Utah over to Robinson Summit, and then Grid Alliance West Core transmission upgrades. These projects are happening everywhere, and while they are a positive for meeting our both national and local energy goals, they do stand to directly affect our wildlife resources and habitats across the state. Some other large-scale efforts that we're participating in that stand to affect our habitats in Nevada include the Greater Sage Grouse Land Use Plan Amendment. That process is currently underway right now, and it is also a west-wide effort. We're participating very closely in that, but right now the BLM is proposing 6 different alternatives, all with varying levels of accommodation for different industries to work in sagebrush habitats. And right now, the plan is being proposed to be more accommodating toward those anthropogenic activities, which stands to affect our resources in sagebrush habitats. We have the public lands rule that BLM draft out a couple of months back. They just released the final preliminary public lands rule, and we're currently reviewing what all is contained within that preliminary final rule. But there is opportunity there under that rule right now to benefit our habitats through things like restoration easements in ways that we may be able to provide some level of assurance that our activities in restoration across Nevada are actually going to be maintained and be able to benefit wildlife across the state. BLM Nevada has currently embarked on a statewide resource management plan amendment. Many of in fact, almost all of our resource management plans across the state at the BLM district office levels are very outdated, some as old as 1987. And BLM Nevada is currently going to try to tackle amending all of those RMPs to bring them up to date, to incorporate the best available science that there is, and also to introduce more consistency across the district so that we can protect habitats like mule deer migration corridors, and we can have assurance that one district will be handling those types of habitats in the same way as their neighboring district. And then we have various land bills and land exchanges that we're currently working on at local and county levels. Most notably right now, we're working on the Trucking Meadows Public Lands Management Act, as well as a Wine Cup Gamble land exchange in eastern Nevada. We have numerous department-wide activities, including through the Technical Review Program and Sagebrush Ecosystem Programs. Over the last 2 years, the Technical Review Program has worked on an average of 497 reviews for different projects that have varying levels of impacts on our sagebrush habitats and habitats in Mojave Desert as well. The majority of those have, of late, been for energy projects more specifically, whereas in past they were more in the mining industry. And so we are seeing a pretty seismic shift in the types of projects that we're reviewing. We're also expanding our private lands program. We've now added a staff specialist that's dedicated toward working in private lands, as well as working with our local municipalities for subdivision reviews, among other things. And that adds additional capacity where we may be able to really hone in on making improvements to those absolutely critical habitats that are located on private lands. And then, Mark, do you want to speak to the last two? Okay.
And then I'll just touch Sagebrush Habitat Plan. It's been in progress for a few years. We've had a few setbacks with some staffing, but our hope is to get something out this summer for the public consumption that'll hopefully provide us some guidance and help us address some of these sagebrush habitat losses across the state. Another department activity I think that's worth noting here is the connectivity plan and web tool. This is largely from Game Division. It's nearing its completion, but there is some mapping products that will be used online, as well as a brief plan to help with some of the migratory corridors and managing those and looking at opportunities for improvement and enhancement into the future. And this is certainly not a comprehensive list of all the department activities. You could probably look at our division reports through the commission for more of that information. This is just some of the relevant ones for this topic, talking about habitat condition trends. Like Jasmine said, the private lands program, something that's been growing the last few years, thought was worth noting here. And I just want to cover some of our restoration accomplishments. This past year, we implemented almost 74,000 acres of fire rehabilitation at a cost of nearly $2 million. We implemented over 10,000 acres of pinyon juniper removal at a cost of $1.1 million, and about 334 acres, and that's about installing about 26,000 linear feet of fence around spring, meadow, and riparian projects, just over $500,000. And that brings us to the total kind of restoration accomplishments from 2017 to 2023. Almost 650,000 acres and $14 million has been invested into fire rehab by the department. We've accomplished almost 55,000 acres of pinyon juniper removal at a cost of over $5 million, and almost 2,000 acres of spring, meadow, riparian enhancements at a cost of $2.3 million. It's a role we've really taken seriously and stepped up over the past decade, trying to make some headway in getting our habitats restored. With that, we're going to end with a brief video, and I'll have Jasmine just introduce that video before we start that.
Jasmine Kleiber for the record. So as Mark mentioned, we're going to end this with a short video. About a month and a half ago, we were approached by TRCP, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, to present in front of a group of non-conservation professionals who were interested in better understanding the type of role that state wildlife agencies have in restoration activities for wildlife. And rather than fly out to Colorado for a 5-minute presentation, we made this video instead that we would like to share with you. Can we play the video, please? In the vast expanses of Nevada's basin and range, there is a balance, a desire for maintaining and restoring unique and valuable ecosystems, while coordinating land uses that preserve rural ways of life and economic viability. Accomplishing this balance is not just a desire, but action to conserve these important landscapes. The Nevada Department of Wildlife has identified more than 20 key habitat types across the state, covering more than 70 million acres. These habitats are home to 897 unique species, many found nowhere else in the world. Over the past 6 years, the Nevada Department of Wildlife has worked tirelessly to improve habitat that has been degraded and fragmented by wildfires, invasive species, and human activities. With climate models predicting larger, more intense, and more frequent wildfires in the future, the work we do is critical to the sustainability of Nevada's wildlife. With 7 dedicated restoration biologists, we focus on restoring and enhancing areas identified through our eco-state mapping and habitat connectivity mapping as having high potential for restoration and high value to wildlife and watershed health. The primary focus is on establishment of healthy and diverse vegetation communities, as well as removal of invasive plant species that reduce overall ecosystem health and provide little benefit to Nevada's wildlife. Aerial and broadcast seeding have covered a staggering 440,000 acres, ensuring that native vegetation can reclaim areas that were lost to massive wildfire and establishment of invasive annual plant species. Drill seeding has targeted nearly 19,000 acres with precision, providing focused restoration in areas that need it most. To combat the encroachment of invasive species and promote establishment of desirable plant growth, herbicide treatments have been applied across 184,000 acres, safeguarding the delicate balance of our ecosystems and allowing desirable plants, critical to Nevada's wildlife, to thrive once more. Our efforts extend beyond simply mechanized solutions. Hand planting nearly 200,000 seedlings showcases our team's dedication to every square inch of Nevada's landscape. It is a labor of love, one that connects us deeply with the land we work to conserve. These efforts are more than just numbers to us and our partners. Each of these acres represents a renewed hope for the future, a commitment to preserving Nevada's natural beauty and ecologic function for future generations. It's about the delicate dance of life where every plant, every tree, every creature plays its part in the symphony of nature. Since 2017, our restoration program has seen remarkable growth. From 2017 to 2023, an average of 92,000 acres per year have been treated, demonstrating our unwavering dedication to the cause. But it's not just about the land. It's about the people who call Nevada home and the future we're building together. None of this would be possible without the generous support of our partners and the tireless efforts of our collective team. Together, we've invested nearly $14 million into Nevada's habitats, ensuring they remain resilient and vibrant. It's an investment in the future, one that will pay dividends for generations to come. This is our journey of conservation and restoration. With our partners, we will continue to write the next chapter in the story of Nevada's vast open landscapes, a story of resilience, renewal, and hope. We are the Nevada Department of Wildlife.
And with that, I'd just like to take a moment to thank Con Ed Division, specifically Zach Campbell and Jasmine Kleiber for putting that video together for us, as well as all of our restoration biologists. They spend a tremendous amount of time and effort to get those accomplishments completed. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and Jasmine and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mark or Jasmine? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just great work. Appreciate it. I appreciate the that video. That was very professional. That's done in-house. That's pretty high quality stuff. So I just had one thing for Jasmine real quick. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? No, thank you. And that video was awesome. You guys did an outstanding job. And then it's just, for me, it's like a personal comment, but it seems like you know, a mine, I think it takes a mine north of a decade to get approved permitting wise, I think is the standard kind, or even more than that, to get a permit to actually actively mine. And it seems like the green energy side of the world, that process is expedited rapidly. I just wanted to point it out. It's kind of just a personal, just kind of bugs me, and they both have a major impact on wildlife. There's no denying it, but if it's green, we can shove it through the process quicker, so. Commissioner Walther.
Just real quick on that, thank you both for that. Congratulations, Jasmine. I really appreciate you guys bringing up the green energy issues. You know, obviously we are trying to balance a lot of competing interests there, but I do think it's a great conversation for us to begin having here at this level, because when you look at it, Nevada's wildlife, Nevada's habitat stands the most to lose of any western state. You know, and it is coming down the pipe, and you know, I think we all need to be paying attention to that in terms of smart planning, smart growth in those directions, because Nevada is primed to kind of take the brunt of that in the long run.
Thank you. Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to echo Commissioner Walther's comments. Would like to continue to see what's going on, especially with the solar maps as they continue to come out. I think, as Commissioner Walther said, we have to balance it, but at the same time, there is, you know, a concern because of the expedited process, it seems like. So would like to continue to see that and really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, seeing none, thank you both for the presentation. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 7D, Wildlife Heritage Committee Report. Committee Chairman Tom Barnes. The report will be provided on the recent Wildlife Heritage Committee meeting.
All right. Well, we had our Heritage Committee meeting this morning, and we started by reviewing the 2024 Heritage Tag seasons and quotas. And we took a stab at the vendor proposals for this next coming year. And our Heritage Tags have done really well. I think this last year, I think we were like at record levels, or some of the highest we've received. So they tend to do doing really well. So we took a stab at reviewing the vendors for next year. We'll finalize it again at our next Heritage meeting in June, and at that point, we'll come to the commission with a recommendation. We also reviewed the funds we had available for our current Heritage projects, and then we went through a review of all the Heritage project proposals. I think there were 20 of them from the department, and then there were 3 outside proposals. The total amount requested is like $178,000 over what we have budgeted. And so we're gonna have to decide what we're going to do, if we're gonna try to cut some money back out of some of those projects, if maybe we're gonna dip into the principal a little bit and fund all the projects, or if there's projects we feel maybe need to be cut. But we decided that there was a lot to look at, and we all want to give ourselves a little bit of time and make the right decisions. And so the committee's going to take a look at those in between now and the next meeting. And then at the next meeting, we'll finalize things, and then we'll come to the commission with a proposal for those. We looked at the South Shell land acquisition project, principal project. We looked at this before in Las Vegas. We looked at it again. We actually we made a recommendation that's going to come before this commission. I think in a few items here, And our recommendation is going to be to support that project. And so I think that's, the ask was decreased some, but we're going to hear more about that. So I guess I don't need to touch too much on it. But that pretty well sums up our committee meeting. It was, we got done in time, but it took a while. There was a lot to look at, a lot to digest, and we had some good discussion. The projects, the heritage projects that keep coming before this committee are tremendous. The department's doing an excellent job bringing stuff to us that we can really do some good on the ground, which that's what the heritage is for. And I think there are lots of comments, and I'm not going to say too much more about it. It's just I appreciate the projects coming, because I think there may be a committee member or two that may want to comment along those lines. So with that, I'll let any of the other members that were present, if they want to make comments about some of the projects they saw today or in general, I'll let them do that at this time.
I'm good. Haven't you guys heard enough of me already today? So, no, I'm good. The projects were solid. There's been I made the comment at the Heritage meeting that it seems like the folks that are putting in for the projects are getting a good feel for who we are, what expectations maybe, but the quality of the projects over the years just goes up and up and up. And I just feel like, we're talking about corridors, we're talking about protecting our springs and our wetland areas, all super critical to everything that we all appreciate about our wildlife and that they all need. So I appreciate the focus, and I appreciate the effort to deal with some of these really difficult things, and removing barriers, working with property owners to do that. That is so time consuming and so labor intensive, but at the end of the day, when it's all done, super high value projects, super impactful. So I appreciate all the work that's being done with the program.
I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 7E, Black Bear presentation, game biologist Rebecca Carniello. A presentation will be provided on the population status and the distribution of black bears in Nevada.
I made a couple changes last night. Hi, everyone. I'm Becca Carniello, for the record. I'm a game biologist with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak to you today about Nevada's black bear population. So I'm going to go through some background, some of our department research methods, population estimates, some of our previous population estimates, and our current population estimates, and then also some conservation and management strategies that we have here in Nevada. So the American black bear is the only species of bear that occurs in Nevada and California in present time. There are several color phases, but in Nevada they are, majority of the time, they are some shade of brown. So they can be anywhere from white to blonde, reddish, brown, and jet black. But just because they are brown in color does not mean they are a brown bear. They are still the American black bear. Grizzly bears and brown bears are actually the same species, and they are not currently found in Nevada or California. I said they're not currently found in Nevada or California because previously they were found in Nevada. So that map there on the left, the one of Nevada, all those little black pluses, which are kind of harder to see, but those are records of grizzly bears in Nevada from the 1800s. And then prior to that, there was the giant short-faced bear, and that was 300,000 to 10,000 years ago. And just for some general biology of black bears, they are a long-lived species. So the average age is mid to late teens. I believe the longest one on record was about 39 years old. They are a forest-dependent creature, and so they require canopy cover in at least a part of their home range. And I'll get into that a little bit more in my next couple of slides. They are also extremely adaptable. So that's why they are able to make a good living in some of our more human-dominated landscapes. Although they have large body size, they can adapt to those environments pretty well. Black bears are also highly individualistic. And so what this means is that black bears are going to respond to different things depending on their life experiences, just like you or I. They're also omnivores. About 85% of their diet is plant matter. So just as an example, right now, we're in spring, we have a lot of those grasses coming up. They're really taking advantage of those grasses. And then as we move into summer and fall, they're gonna start taking advantage of the natural fruit on the landscape. But of course, they scavenge on carcasses and they also heavily utilize insects. The male home range is about 45 square miles, and then female home range is about 19 square miles. These home ranges are not specific to what we see here in Nevada. This is the average home range sizes for North America. Sometimes here in Nevada, we see home ranges that are much larger than this. Sometimes we also see home ranges that are much smaller than this. It just kind of depends on where they're living and their food availability. They're also capable of moving very long distances on their own. We've had bears that have been tagged in Nevada that go up to Oregon or into Modoc County in California. We've had bears go over into the Sacramento Valley or down into Bishop, Inyo, Mono counties in California. And then, of course, we're also having bears coming into California. But we've had bears move up to 250 miles. So historically, black bears were distributed across much of the major mountain ranges in Nevada. This is not a very well-known thing. A lot of times people in some of our more interior areas will say, I saw a black bear. I've never seen one before. They're not supposed to be here. Yes, they were typically found in those major mountain ranges. So it's everywhere that you see those slashes that are historical distribution. And this historical distribution was derived from historical articles and then also pioneer journals. Although they were believed to be distributed widely throughout Nevada, they occurred at lower densities. And they were extirpated from the state's interior by the early 1900s. And so I just want to make the distinction really quick of what extirpation means. Extirpation is not the same thing as extinction. It doesn't mean there were 0 individuals left on the landscape. It just means that there weren't viable populations left on the landscape. And actually similar processes happened across North America. Throughout much of the range of American black bears, they were extirpated. And I'll talk a little bit about why. So in Nevada, extirpation was caused by illicit or unmanaged hunting, also perceived competition with domestic livestock, and for that they were trapped, shot, or poisoned. And then also habitat loss at a landscape scale. So during that time period, there was lots of clear cutting. We had lots of timber being harvested, mines being built, and then also railways being built as well. So I talked earlier about how they're a forest-dependent species. So they had a ton of their habitat lost, and similar things happened, again, across North America. And this is specific to the Reno, Tahoe, Carson area, but similar things also happened across the state of Nevada. But in a 20-year period, the Comstock load consumed over 3 million cords of wood. That's equivalent to 265,000 semi-truck loads. And so again, that forest-dependent creature, viable populations could not persist without forests, without their good habitat. But with the end of mining booms and growing dependency on fossil fuels, we saw habitat regeneration. But of course, you know, we cannot grow trees overnight. And so this process took several decades, beginning around the early 1900s. And with the return of habitats, we saw recolonization beginning to happen. And these are just two excerpts taken from the same time period in 1979 that are pretty interesting. So in 1979, the Nevada Department of Wildlife director at the time said, "Nevada has no bear, except for an occasional one that strays in along the Sierras adjacent to Lake Tahoe in California. Therefore, we have no management responsibilities." But at this same time, 2 men were found to be poaching black bears in Nevada, of course on the Nevada side of the Lake Tahoe Basin in Little Valley, but just goes to show that we did have bears at that time. Recolonization has been very slow, growth has been slow, but it has been occurring since probably the early 1970s. So these are just some records that we have had of sightings, captures, tracks, and scat in historic habitat in Nevada. So it starts off very slow. We have here 1988 to 2000. And then we have 1988 to 2011. You can see we're starting to get more of those sightings along the outer edges of Nevada, presumably individuals dispersing from our neighboring states. And then again, here we are in 1988 to 2023. We're starting to get a lot more sightings, especially in that northwest upper Washoe County area. But of course, here in Nevada, we have an increasing human population. We also have an increasing bear population. And with that has come increasing human-bear conflicts. The number one reason that we are called for human-bear conflicts is for garbage, and this is despite garbage being a well-known, well-publicized issue for over 20 years. And this chart here just shows our average number of conflict calls per 5-year periods. So starting all the way from 1987 and then through now in 2023. I have 2022 and 2023 singled out because they are really great example of how severe drought and other climatic events can result in exceptionally high conflict years. So in 2022, we had a late frost, and this caused a soft mast failure on the landscape. So there wasn't a lot of that natural forage, natural fruit on the landscape. And when this happens, bears are having to travel much farther to forage and obtain resources. And while they are traveling a lot farther, they're coming into contact with our human food sources much more frequently. And of course, this is of no fault to the bear. Humans are providing them this non-natural food source through garbage, through birdseed, etc. So during that year, we had over 1,400 calls for conflict. And this is a pretty big contrast to what we saw last year, which was a little bit over 600 calls for conflict. So we had a really great water year. There was tons of fruit on the landscape, lots of natural food for them. But overall, we have an increasing trend in the number of human-bear conflicts that we are dealing with every year. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about our research methods. So one of our main research methods here in Nevada is capturing and handling black bears. Bears are captured for research or human-bear conflict purposes. So every summer, we take some time and we go out into wildland areas to capture wildland bears specifically for research. So we capture them, tag them, release them. And then we're also capturing those bears in the human-bear conflict purposes so that we can tag them, and then upon release, we can haze them. But once we have captured a bear, while they are immobilized, their health is our priority. We are checking on their heart rate, their respiration, and their temperature continuously while they are under anesthesia. But also while they are immobilized, we assess their body condition. So we determine if they have an average or a normal amount of fat stores for that time of year. So obviously a spring bear is going to be a little bit thinner than a bear in the fall, but we take that into consideration. We can also draw blood at this time. With blood, we can look at diseases, and then we can also collect genetic information. And this is the really important part. So when we capture a bear, we always mark them. And I'll describe those methods a little bit next, why those marks are so important to us, but they truly are. But automatically, every bear is going to get 3 ear tags. So the number of ear tags that they get and the color of ear tags that they get mean nothing. So that's actually a common misconception that if a bear has 3 ear tags, or if a bear has a red ear tag or something, that means something to us. It doesn't. It just means that we ran out of a different color, and so now we are on to that next color so we can keep track of those individuals. So they're gonna get that main ID ear tag. That's the one that people can typically see. That's the bigger one. And they get 2 smaller rectangular ear tags. One of them is the wildlife health tag, and that connects them to their veterinary records. And then the other is the call before consuming tag. And that's because we have bears that are harvested in our hunt, but we also have bears that are harvested in California's hunt. So that hunter can call that number and ensure that meat is safe to eat. So they get those 3 ear tags, but they also are gonna get a tattoo on their inner lip, and that's of that main ID. They're gonna get a pit tag, which is similar to what your dog gets. It's just right underneath the skin. Essentially, we can scan it, and they may be fit with a GPS collar at the time. And so you might be wondering, why so many marks? It's because sometimes they lose these marks through their lives. So when bears are coming into contact with other bears, sometimes those tags are ripped out. Sometimes if a bear is hit by a car, there's nothing left, but maybe we can see that mark on their inner lip. And this is really, really important because these marks, when we encounter them at a later date, all goes into our data and helps us assess our population size. So it's really important that we can identify them later in their lives. Additionally, when we have these bears immobilized, we mark them, we fit them with a GPS collar. This all provides us information on the health of individual bears, the health of our population. We can collect information about survival, reproduction, habitat use, movement, and behavior. And then bears that are captured for human-bear conflict purposes can be hazed upon release. And what that means is when we are releasing them, we can use our Karelian Bear Dog program, which I'll describe later as well, but essentially to give them a now negative experience with people rather than the positive one that they're receiving through that food reward. Again, when bears are receiving that food reward from people, it's through no fault of their own. It's because people are allowing them access to those food sources. And for us, it's really important to haze these bears at lower levels of conflict to prevent the escalation of behaviors. So if we can get in there at those lower levels of conflict and haze them, it can give the bear an opportunity to change its behavior and now see people as this very uncomfortable experience. This can be difficult for us in some areas of Nevada. We have people who are supportive of what we do and would like us to haze a bear and would like to host a trap, but they are so terrified of being harassed that they do not want to host a trap. And so sometimes that can be difficult for us to haze those bears at lower levels of conflict. So, with all of those marks, I was talking about how they are so important. The department has utilized capture, mark, recapture models. And capture, mark, recapture models essentially takes those marks, and when we encounter them at a later date, it inputs them into these models, and we can assess the population. So capture, mark, recapture models estimates parameters from marked animals when they are re-encountered. Re-encounters can include dead animals, so if they were hit by a car or harvested by a hunter. They can include live captures, so if we capture them again later in their life. It can also include radio tracking locations or those GPS locations that we're obtaining from GPS collars. It can include DNA, and so we can get DNA through the barbed wire hair snags, or also if we encounter their DNA in a home that's been broken into or a vehicle that's been broken into. but those re-encounters can also be a combination of all these things. But essentially, by inputting these marks and re-encounters in, we can estimate survival from the disappearance of marked individuals and per capita recruitment from appearance of new individuals. So every year we are marking those new individuals, and again, this is why it's so important that we continue our capture, mark, recapture work. The sum of survival and per capita recruitment produces the rate of population change, or lambda. So the rate that the population is either growing or decreasing. If recruitment rate exceeds mortality rate, then lambda is greater than 1. Lambda is not constant, so population growth is not constant. It varies year to year, dependent on habitat conditions, reproductive success, fecundity rates, and then emigration and immigration. So how many bears are coming into our population and how many bears are leaving. Capture, mark, recapture models are not novel techniques. They are well studied and utilized in a wide variety of wildlife populations. Like I said, they're used to estimate a variety of demographic parameters such as capture probability, survival, mortality, recruitment, population size, and rate of population increase. As you can imagine, all of these things are incredibly important to us as wildlife managers. And long-term studies produce more data, which contribute to more accurate population estimates and reveals changes in system demographics and behavioral traits. And we are actually entering our 27th year of data collection. So now that I've talked a little bit about some of our methods, I will go into our population estimates. But before I do that, I just wanted to say that our capture, mark, recapture estimates are primarily adult bears that are located in the study area. So area 19 and area 29. It's highlighted in red there, and then we have the circle around it as well. So that represents about half of our occupied bear range. The first bear research in Nevada was in 1987. This was through John Goodrich. This was his graduate work at UNR. He had 2 capture periods for a total of 3 months and captured 30 individuals, 22 in the Carson Range and 8 in the Sweetwaters. He calculated density and estimated 24 adult bears in the Carson Range. He did not have enough data to estimate how many bears were in the Sweetwaters at the time. In this study, not a single urban bear was included. And then we have Dr. John Beckman. This was also for his graduate research in 2002, in a capture period of 4 years, a sample size of 99 for 124 capture events. So this means that there were some recaptures in there, some individuals that were captured multiple times, for a population estimate of 180 plus or minus 117. And then in 2008, 2014, and 2018, the department provided Dr. James Settinger at UNR with our capture, mark, recapture data so he could utilize capture, mark, recapture modeling techniques to estimate our population size. In 2008, we had a capture period of 11 years, a sample size of 420, and for 698 capture events. At that time, the population estimate was 253 individuals, plus or minus 27. Again, in 2014, we had a capture period of 17 years, sample size of 601 for over 1,200 capture events, and a population estimate of 445, plus or minus 14. And then in 2018, we had a longer capture period for 21 years, a sample size of 836, and then over 1,600 capture events, for a population estimate of 431 plus or minus 33 at that time. This is our most recent capture, mark, recapture estimate. This time we provided our data to Dr. Perry Williams at UNR. So we had a capture period here of 25 years, a sample size of over 1,200, for over 2,000 capture events, and then a population estimate now of 467 individuals, 95% confidence intervals, 368 to 592. Dr. Perry Williams also found that our rate of population growth has averaged an increase in our population of 5% per year since 2007. So on average, we are seeing a 5% population growth a year. And then there was Dr. Sean Soltaire, who used a little bit different methods of data collection to arrive at another population estimate. So essentially, Dr. Sean Soltaire used integrated spatial capture recapture. And so for this data collection method, instead of marking individuals with ear tags, you are using DNA collected from those individuals to arrive at their marks, essentially. So to do this, you have to go out into the field and you set up kind of like a barbed wire, 2 strands of barbed wire, and then you have a scent in the middle. And so the bear has to go through the barbed wire, the hair sample has to be collected for you to collect the identity of that individual. So they use GPS collar data, photos, and then DNA from hair snares. The capture period here was 3 summers for DNA, so about nine-ish months. And then camera traps they had out year-round. The sample size here was 508 photos, 121 DNA samples, and 184 GPS points. But the population that they arrived at, the estimate was 418 individuals, but with a confidence interval of 239 to 740. And sorry, I don't know, didn't mean to bore you all with, or I hope I didn't bore you with all the numbers and things like that, but this one is important to highlight just how awesome it is that we have that large recapture data, because we have those tighter confidence intervals. So when you have a data set that has less recaptures, you have more uncertainty with your population estimates, essentially. And this is just kind of a graph showing some of those estimates. The brown line that you see on the bottom is the number of bears that we are capturing every year. And that green dot there shows Settinger's estimate from 2014, and then the dark blue is from 2018. The light blue is Dr. Sean Soltaire's work from 2023. So data went through 2020, but published in 2023. And then Dr. Perry Williams, data all through 2022. But the important thing to note here is overall we have that increasing population size, and we have all of those estimates that fall within each other's range. And this is just a little closer look at that, all those estimates and numbers that I threw at you before. But we have Goodrich in 1990, all the way through Soltaire in 2023. And again, showing that same pattern of an increasing black bear population. And so again, just reiterating that all of those estimates represent adult bears primarily in the study area, and that's because that is primarily where we are capturing bears. And that is why our modeled statewide estimate is higher at about 700 adult bears. Our current male to female ratio is 2 males per every 1 female. So these are some black bear conservation measures of note in Nevada. In 1929, they were designated as a game mammal. In 1970, they were a protected species. In 1998, the department developed our human bear conflict policy. In 2001, Douglas County was the first county to develop a trash ordinance. This prevented residents from allowing bears access into their trash, or created consequences for that. In 2010, we developed our management plan, and then in 2011 was the first year of the black bear hunt. And just to point out here, that red line is where the black bear hunt started, and the blue line is our population estimate. So since the hunt has started, the population has continued to increase. And again, we are about 600 to 700 bears in our occupied range. So another conservation measure in Nevada is the managed hunt. And you might be wondering, how is hunting conservation? Like I was talking about earlier, across the United States, pretty much, black bears were extirpated across much of their range. But controlling unwanted and unsustainable killing of black bears helped build populations across the US and Canada. They truly are considered a conservation success story, and they are actually the most abundant bear species in the world. Black bears are legally harvested as a game species in 12 Canadian provinces and territories and 32 US states. These numbers are from 2020, so there have been a few more states that have added hunting to their population since then. 2/3 of states with black bears have increasing populations. And here in Nevada, we have a very conservative harvest rate. So our 5-year average is harvesting 2.3% of the population. It is estimated that maximum sustainable hunting mortality for black bears is 14.2%. So you can potentially harvest 14.2% of the population with no population level impacts. And just as an example, 14.2% of our current estimated population would be 100 bears harvested. Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Wisconsin report increasing bear populations with harvest rates greater than 20%. And this is just for comparison. So all of those counties in the red are counties in California that directly border our black bear hunting zones and our black bear occupied range. So in those counties in California, over the last 5 years, 787 bears have been harvested. 44% of those were female. During the same period in Nevada, hunters harvested 79 bears. So that same 5-year period, 32% of those were female. 188 bears have been harvested since the hunt's inception, and 32% still of those were females. So we're pretty consistent at that 32%. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife recently released their new statewide population estimate, and I just wanted to kind of highlight that. They estimate a total black bear population of over 65,000 individuals in the state. The Northern Sierra population, so they do it by their CDFW regions. So that's the region in the bright yellow there, the one that is going to encompass the California side of the Lake Tahoe Basin. That population is estimated at over 15,000 individuals. And on average, every year, out of that Northern Sierra region, 279 individuals are harvested. And for them, that's a harvest rate of about 1.3 to 2.9%. Some other really important conservation measures that we have in Nevada are those local trash ordinances. So Douglas County was the first one in 2001, and then Carson adopted their same ordinance in around 2010. And so this is that wildlife-resistant bins are required after 2 violations within 2 years, and then additional violations are at least a $100 fine. Washoe County wasn't too far behind. I believe that was also around 2010. And theirs is that wildlife-resistant bins are required after 2 violations within 1 year or less. Incline Village General Improvement District, they had their ordinance in 2008. And theirs is that wildlife-resistant containers are required, and they get a fine after the first offense. And then after that, fines are raised to $1,000. All of these are really, really great ordinances. They give the counties a way to kind of act on these things, but they also require enforcement. They also require people to be out there seeing these trash bins knocked over, taking pictures and reporting them. And just for comparison, on the California side of the Tahoe Basin, El Dorado and Placer counties require installation of approved bear boxes on properties when permitting new residential construction, or within 30 days of notification by approved agent or organization that a site has been determined to be a bear access problem. We also have a lot of education here in Nevada. So education is extremely important. Like I talked about, we have a lot of residents who are maybe moving into Nevada or have lived in Nevada for a long time, and they're just starting to see that bear population reach the areas that they live. So giving them information on how to responsibly live in bear country and coexist is really important. So we respond to all inquiries, either in person, over the phone, over email. We give community presentations on coexistence with black bears. So we work with a lot of local homeowners associations. We give presentations to schools as well. We distribute informational material, and then we're also a BearWise member agency. So BearWise is a North America-wide organization, and there are tons of member states and Canadian provinces and territories. And essentially what this does is distribute cohesive messaging across the board. So whether you're recreating in bear country or you're living in bear country, there is an infographic and information for that, and so that all the state agencies are on the same page. We also place information in high bear activity areas, so we have sandwich boards. We can display a bunch of information there. And then we do next door posts, which is, I think, is one of the really great things that we do. But essentially, if a specific neighborhood is having a specific problem, then we can kind of target that neighborhood and say, hey, this is what's going on here. Please be vigilant and do these things to prevent bears from accessing your food. And then we also belong to the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team. The Tahoe Interagency Bear Team is a collective unit of bear managers, land managers, and then some planning agencies within the Tahoe Basin, again, so we can distribute cohesive messaging and then talk about emerging issues in the basin. And so I talked a little bit earlier about why hazing is so important, but this is one of the other conservation measures we have in Nevada. The Nevada Department of Wildlife was one of the first state agencies back in 2001 to use Karelian bear dogs as a non-lethal management tool for on-site releases. We currently have 3 Karelian bear dogs in our program right now. I have 1, and then Carl Lackey has 2. But these provide great benefits to both the bear and the communities because bears remain in their home range. We are also not absolving that community of the responsibility of living with bears because we're doing those on-site releases. Bears have the best chance of survival, and they are receiving a powerful yet negative message. So when we capture a bear for human-bear conflict purposes, we tag them upon that release. We are going to utilize those Karelian bear dogs to haze them off-leash. So we give the bear a little head start. The dogs are going to chase the bear and create this really negative, uncomfortable experience for them. The bear is then going to associate that really uncomfortable experience with us also being there, yelling at the bear. And again, it's a short-term, uncomfortable experience for the bear, but a lifelong lesson. But we also have a non-lethal deterrent loaner program. So when we have bears that are getting into homes or getting into chicken coops or goat pens, things like that, we can respond immediately and put up an electric mat or electric fencing for those people until they can get a permanent solution for themselves. And electricity is a really amazing deterrent because it provides both a physical and a mental barrier for the bear. But like I talked about a little bit earlier as well, we have some people who are unwilling to host a trap because they are afraid of being harassed. These non-lethal deterrents have been a really great way for us to provide a solution to those members of the community so that we can still help them immediately feel safer in their own home. And I already talked a lot about our population monitoring and research, but I just really wanted to emphasize how truly special it is to have such a long-term, robust data set on black bears. Like I said, we're entering our 27th year. Having that long-term capture, mark, recapture data provides us a really great understanding of our black bear population. We have a total sample size of over 1,300 individual bears to date, and so that includes also bears that we are encountering for the first time when they arrive to us dead, so if they've been hit by a car or have been harvested by a hunter. To date, we have marked over 700 bears and released them and deployed over 200 collars. And so this is just kind of a map demonstrating some of that population connectivity that I talked about and how they can move those very far distances. But all of that data that we've collected has led to over 15 peer-reviewed publications in professional journals. Topics include urban bears versus wildland bears, relocation effectiveness, aversive conditioning for non-lethal management, DNA, immigration and emigration, habitat use, denning chronology and characteristics, home range sizes, abundance, population structure, and then mortality and survival rates. And with that, I'll take any questions you guys might have.
All right. Any questions for Rebecca? I will say that, I mean, that's an awesome presentation. I mean, this is my 6th year on the commission, and I don't think we've seen one in that detail. I haven't, so that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions for Rebecca? Commissioner McNinch.
So Becca, is it difficult to pull up those population estimate slides?
No, not at all. Let's start here. Oh, no.
Okay, so in these slides, you're talking, you have your study area and then you have the other area. So the data that you're pulling out of the study area is being extrapolated out into the other area for the total, is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay, so with the, and I didn't see for the 2008, 2014 timeframe. Yeah, right there. Okay, because it wasn't listed. I thought I'd missed it, but I can, so when your confidence intervals are at 95%, that's pretty tight range, really, that you're working with. So from 2014 to 2023, theoretically, that, you could make the argument that numbers have dropped.
So from 2014, 445 to 2022 at 467.
Yeah, okay, so slight increase, I guess. I was looking at 2018 when I said that. So you see the struggle with the, and then extrapolating that out to, it's an equal effect in that other area. There's probably less things happening in that area that would draw bears into that area, except for the waterfall effect, I guess, is the term folks use from California. So how do you process the lambda showing a 5% increase since 2007? Is that a total increase over that time, or is that 5% per year? I didn't catch that either.
It's 5% per year on average.
So how do you reconcile the number? You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I totally understand. So from 2014 to 2022, we did see a lower increase in lambda in some of those years. So again, that was just on average from 27 to 2023, 2022. And to here from 2014 to 2018, there was just a slight decrease in those population estimates. And that was hypothesized that there isn't an increase in mortality. There's no evidence that we have seen of increased mortality. Rather, there's more evidence of an increase in dispersal. So bears moving into other areas. So from the study area, moving out into other areas.
Okay. You can see why the confusion, I guess, and I don't want to put Beck in a position where you got to be on the defensive. I appreciate the presentation today. I hear from a lot of folks on the bear issue. You guys know that. So I'm trying to reconcile the, here we have a similar confidence interval, 95%, which is high. And so we're showing this number, 2014 through even 2023, where it actually shows a reduction down to 418, and then we extrapolate out. So in that interval of 239 to 740, that's a real wide gap of confidence while we're trying to estimate the population, but we're landing on 700, and I'm not sure why couldn't we equally land on 240? You see what I'm saying? It's within that confidence interval. It's within that range. What's putting us at 700?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Are you talking about this estimate that The 240?
Yeah, so let me back up again. So from 2014, we're looking at the 445 plus or minus 14. Okay? We say that there's a few years prior to that, up to present, we're showing an average increase in 5%. Okay? So in 2014, we have 445 plus or minus 14 bears with a confidence interval of 95%. So fast forward to 2023, and I understand that this is a different method used, but it still has a high confidence interval. And it's showing that we have 418. And then when we take that out of the study area and kind of extrapolate that out into the other area as well, we come up with this range of 239 to 740.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So the 95% confidence intervals just mean that you are 95% certain.
Falls within that range.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. So like I talked about with this study, they had less recaptures, so there's higher uncertainty in the data.
Right.
We typically refer to this study instead because we have a capture period of 25 years. Essentially, this was just showing that we could use other methods to estimate population, but again, that's why the confidence intervals are a little bit wider here, because there is higher uncertainty.
Okay. Well, let's back out to that 2022 number. We'll take the 2023 since that's a new method. That's not fair to throw that in there. So we have this modest increase in estimate from 2014 to 2022. And so we're at this 95%, and I don't believe that, and that had 368 to 592. So we're landing on this number now. You had made a comment that we're estimating at 700.
Correct.
For this current year. And that to me sounds like we're using the 2023 data.
Oh, no, so, here, let me go back. So just like I had mentioned, those capture mark recapture estimates, so that estimate is specifically of just half the occupied bear range that we have. So only in the study area. The rest of those areas there are occupied. So we take that estimate and extrapolate it out to the statewide estimate.
Right,
Since it is just for.
Okay,
the study
understood. So, and we're saying that number could go from 239 to 740 using the 2023. Right?
If you use the 2023, correct. Yes,
If we
that
use the
would be-
2023.
Yes, and so we take the middle when we are extrapolating it out. We also have an internal
Yeah, I
model
think
that we
Alan knows
use.
what I'm asking here.
Yes, for the record, Alan Janae. So I think what you're losing is still that study that you were citing the confidence interval on was for the study area, not.
The 239 to 740.
Yeah. Look back up to that,
Oh,
if you
yes.
could, Becca, to the study, let's see, yeah. So is that correct, Becca, that is just the study area and the confidence interval for the study area alone?
Correct.
So then extrapolating that population estimate of 418 to the additional area that's occupied outside the
That
study
does
area.
help. That does help, because I can't say that that's what I was doing, but it might have been in my back of my mind, that might have been what I did, so. I struggle with the balancing of the numbers. I do. I know enough of this stuff to be a little bit dangerous. Clearly, I missed that aspect of it. But look, I'm not going to make a big deal about it today. I know where everything's headed. I'm just the guy that's making comment about bear hunt and stuff. I think it's I think it's unpopular. But I guess the part of it is, for me, is really trying to grasp all the phases of this. So we have this data that's out there, and we have these confidence intervals, and we're showing 445 in 2014. We're showing 418 in 2023. Yet we're saying there's an average of 5-year increase per year on Lambda, and I've never been able to reconcile that from throughout the years. I've never been able to reconcile how we could be there, unless, I guess, Lambda is taking into consideration the whole population. Is that the whole, the study area and the non-study area?
So the lambda that Dr. Perry Williams specifically calculated was for the study area. And again, it's just an average. So some years we have a lambda of over 5%, and some years we have a lambda of less than 5%. So it varies year to year depending on habitat conditions and survival and reproduction
And we're
success.
averaging 5%. So how are we not more bears?
So again, for the record, Alan Janae, if you go back to the graph with the different population estimates on it, as you can see, the pitch of the growth of the curve it varies. And so it's taking into account, you see it flattening out in recent years, but there was that higher growth rate at those earlier years. So again, what Becca's saying is this is the average over that time. So some years it was growing faster, and now it's kind of, there were certain years in there, it looks like 2010 to 2015, where it kind of flattened out, which kind of correlates to the observation you had earlier about the slow, or the close in the population estimate in those couple years. But what you see is early on, from 2000 to 2007, there was a pretty good growth in there.
Right.
So it's averaging across all of that.
Where most of that, the high side occurred in those first few years.
Right.
And so now
what
it's
you're
tapered
seeing now
off.
in this estimate on the back end, as you go from probably 2016 to 2023, is you're seeing also that growth curve moving up.
Okay. All right, I'll let it be.
Any additional questions for Rebecca? I don't see any. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, I just want to commend Becca. There's a lot of heat around this topic, but to pull together all of this information, present it, there's a great multitude of sources there, and there's a lot of work that's been done, and to pull it together and put it into such a succinct PowerPoint, we greatly appreciate it. And it's not just her, it's also Carl, and that historic knowledge, but it really turned out well, and I wanted to thank her.
Yeah, Becca, and I want you to know, like I said, poor Mike, he got me 2 days ago. He took a lot of steam out of me, and I want you to know I appreciate your presentation too. It's the first time I've seen that kind of stuff in one area. It gives people things to look at and things to process. I certainly, clearly I've got some more to learn from it too, and understanding where those discrepancies, in my mind are, where they're at and stuff. So, you've definitely progressed the conversation for sure. And maybe this gives us all an opportunity to think about what each other's saying. And, I know I have my concerns, and I know that others may not have concerns, but maybe there's an opportunity to blend some of those conversations together and better understand what everybody's trying to tell each other. So I appreciate it.
Thank you both.
Tommy? Thank you, Mike Scott, for the record. Thanks, Commissioner McNinch. And one thing I really want to point out is that there was some comments at the January meeting following the Moose presentation. And I won't call out her name, but it was somebody who's generally pretty opposed to things. She made a comment about how great the Moose presentation was, and that's the whole reason why we put this presentation together, because I want them to know that we are listening. We do want them to listen to this information, and I have no thoughts that it might change anybody's mind, but I do want to provide the opportunity for that education for people so they understand where we're coming from. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we are going to go to agenda item number 8, Habitat Account Principal Project for possible action. Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the South Shell Land Acquisition Heritage Account Principal Project Proposal. The department is seeking Heritage Account Principal Project funding to acquire 1,720 acres of wildlife habitat in the Shell Creek Range near Ely, Nevada.
Good morning, Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So the South Shell Egan acquisition is a request for $500,000 to support an acquisition in the Shell Creek Range of up to 1,720 acres. This area consists of high elevation shrub habitat, several large mahogany and aspen stands occur, as well as springs and seeps. It is crucial summer transition habitat for elk, winter and summer habitat for mule deer, brood-rearing habitat for sage grouse, and year-round habitat for blue grouse, among a variety of other wildlife that use this landscape. The map I have up there was accidentally left out of the support material, but it shows you those blue diamond parcels that were acquired within the past year in blue. The property we're talking about here in this proposal are highlighted in red. You can also see Cave Lake State Park in purple, and in the orange, Steptoe Wildlife Management Area proper. With that, the application or request was originally for $750,000. Between now and the March Heritage meeting, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation received an award, and it was actually the #1 ranked proposal for some Conserve Nevada grant funding for $250,000, and that's why our ask was to be reduced from $750,000 to $500,000. With that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mark? Hey, Mark, and just for clarification, if you don't mind letting everybody know, I mean, we were at the Heritage Committee meeting earlier, but the amount the department has the availability to spend this year out of that principal project, or to fund it, to pull out of the principal portion of the fund.
Yeah, I can summarize those numbers loosely. I don't have the actual numbers with me here, but there's over $12.5 million in the account. The committee and commission can use up basically anything over $5 million, so that's over $7.5 million. The committee and commission also cap that at 50% on an annual basis. So this year, the committee and commission can utilize over $3.7 million.
All right, and then one more question, and again, it's kind of repetitive from our meeting this morning, but the one of the items that's come up from the public is in regard to the grazing component on this, and you guys elaborated on that a little bit this morning. If you don't mind doing that again, real quick.
Yeah, I could paraphrase, and Deputy Director McAdoo, I invite any additional comment. This property is not considered base property tied to the federal grazing permit. And those are conversations that are ensuing. We're not always a part of, and it's not our business. But I know the permittees who have those permits are in conversations with Forest Service, talking about what that looks like. But like I said, that's not generally our business.
So basically, there's no grazing rights associated with this purchase?
Not with the base property.
Yep.
Or this private piece, the 1,720 acres.
Yeah, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, that's correct. This acquisition is solely private parcels. We're not purchasing any grazing rights as part of this acquisition.
All right, any additional commission questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Paul Dixon, Chair, Clark County. One question, the Clark County is in support of this Heritage Count project, but we had a question of whether or not there were mineral rights tied to any of these private land claims and whether or not that would be impacted in how NDOT was doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? No. All right, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. And I guess, does the department have any comment on the Clark County Cab's concern?
For the record, Caleb McAdoo, I would have to go review the information to provide an answer on that. I don't recall mineral rights being part of that appraisal, but I could review and get back to you.
I guess, is that of a concern to the department at all?
No, not at this time.
Or any additional commission questions or comments or motion? Commissioner Kill.
Yeah, I guess just point of order, are we looking for action here, or is this going to get run through Heritage Committee?
No, I believe this is for action. I think the intent is for the commission to take action to get it in front of the Water Authority.
Okay.
Is that right, Mark?
Yeah, that's correct. We're asking you guys to take a vote on this today. There's some deadlines approaching in August while that appraisal's still good. So we're trying to make sure we have funding to make the acquisition complete before then.
Okay. Well, with that, I guess I've got the open mic, so I'll go ahead and move to approve the Heritage Account Principal project dedicated towards that South Shell land acquisition for $500,000.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Kill, second by Commissioner Walter. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers absent. And I think we'll go through number 9 real quick and then we'll break for lunch. So agenda item number 9, request from the state of Utah for desert bighorn sheep for possible action. Game Administrator Sean Espinoza, the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources has requested desert bighorn sheep for translocation into the state of Utah. The department will provide a briefing to the commission of recent efforts with Utah and potential options for consideration. The commission may consider this request for possible approval.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator, for the record. I've got a couple of phone of friends here with me today as well. Just to kind of a brief synopsis here, we received correspondence from the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources back on March 20th, 2024, to request desert bighorn sheep from Nevada for translocation to Utah. These animals would be used to augment a desert bighorn sheep nursery herd located on Promontory Point, which is on the north end of the Great Salt Lake. Once established and when productivity dictates, these animals will be used to translocate or augment established herds in southwestern Utah. We have with us today Deputy Director Justin Shannon from Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and I think, do you have a PowerPoint? Yeah, so he's got some photos and some in-depth information on the project.
Thank you. My name's Justin Shannon. I'm a Deputy Director for the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. And as we make this request, before we begin, we want to thank the Nevada Department of Wildlife for being such a good partner, not just in bighorn management, but in wildlife management for a long time. They're a great neighbor, and we've gotten to know them quite well as we work on a lot of projects together and learn from them at national conferences and other issues that come up. Also want to take a minute and thank this commission and previous commissions for their support in bighorn restoration as well. Utah is kind of unique. When Utah was first settled and established, bighorn sheep were found in every major mountain range and river drainage throughout the state. They were just ubiquitous, and their numbers and distribution were in great abundance. And about 100 years later, about the mid-1950s, bighorns were extirpated from Utah. And so our state is a little bit jealous of states like Nevada, where you have these remnant populations that persisted. And we have been in restoration mode since the 1960s. One of the first transplants we did was in 1973, where we got bighorn sheep from Nevada around the Lake Mead area to establish our Zion unit, which is one of our best units in southern Utah, there by Zion National Park. And ever since then, we've been working on bighorn management issues for about the last 50 years with our neighbors here to the west. I wanted to highlight, in 2018, we rewrote our statewide management plan. And as we did that, we got looking and said, what are some outside of the box ideas that we could explore? And one of them was taking a page out of our aquatics section, where they have these fish hatcheries, and they grow fish and they distribute them all over the landscape. And we said, what would something like that look like for us? And as we got talking to our neighbors and looking around, New Mexico had a similar facility where they had fenced off property, put bighorn sheep in it, and they use it as a source herd. And it's been frankly a blessing, because as bighorn sheep populations continue to face disease concerns with Mycoplasma ova pneumonia and the strains of Pastorella, which caused a lung infection and these types of things, finding clean source herds is really vitally important for bighorn management in the West. And so our request today is to seek bighorn sheep from Nevada to help put in this property here. This is about 1,100 acres on the Promontory Peninsula. That red line is a fence that was just completed in October, an 8-foot fence that cost about $1.4 million. And then in addition to that, there's another double fence behind it, and I'll show some pictures of that. To give some background and some context of this facility, we submitted a request to this commission a couple years ago and got 31 bighorn sheep in June of 2022, and we put them in a similar facility. There was a family in northeast Utah that used to run domestic elk facility, and they had a big high fence, and they took those animals out, we put those bighorns in there, and we were so excited. And it got ugly really quick. Mountain lions had found these bighorns, and within 6 days, a mountain lion had killed 6 of the 31 bighorns. And then over the next several months, they kept getting picked off, and we were doing predator control, and we stepped it up, and we put these cameras in the facility and around the facility. And in a year and a half, we removed 31 mountain lions from that 1,000-acre facility. And we just looked at it and said, we love the idea, we love the concept. I don't think this location is going to work. And so we went and caught all the bighorn sheep out of that facility. There were 13 adults left, and we did that right before Christmas of 2023, and we put them in this facility. And over the last 5 months, we haven't had, 4.5 months or so, we haven't had a single mortality. There's 10 ewes, 9 of them have given birth. We just found the 9th one this morning. And so we're really excited and optimistic for what this can hold and look like. Here's some of the pictures of the habitat and bighorn sheep. They've got really good rock outcroppings, which is important for lambing habitat and escape terrain. In the 4+ months that we've had cameras out there, we haven't observed a single mountain lion around the perimeter. And as you can see, these back-to ewes on the left are in really, really good shape. Those are some plump, healthy, robust ewes, and lots of great lamb production. This is them kind of walking along the shore of the facility where it goes along the Great Salt Lake. Here's a ewe and her lamb. And this is kind of some of the habitats that they'll be living in. This property isn't grazed. It has been in the past historically with cattle, but it's not grazed now, and there's a lot of room for a lot of bighorns here. Great access around it. Here's the fence that was constructed, 8 feet high, mesh, And then here's the border fence that went around it as well, the double fence, to make sure that we can keep them in there and prevent issues. So anyways, I just wanted to highlight some of these. I'll go back to this initial one that we have there. And I don't entirely know how your process works with questions and things like that, but that's our presentation. And again, our request is for 20 bighorn sheep in June. Thank you.
All right, does anyone have any questions? I guess I have one. Is this private property or is this state land, or just out of curiosity?
Yeah, sorry, I should have presented with that. It was privately owned, and there's a conservation organization in Utah that we work closely with, and they purchased that with our conservation permit funds that we work with them on. And so, yes, privately owned, we're in agreements with them to, it's in cooperation with us, so.
Right, any additional questions? Or I guess one last one is how soon is Utah wanting the sheep?
How soon do we want them?
Yeah.
We are eager. We will take anything and as soon as possible. We're just so excited about the possibility of this. I mean, bighorn restoration is really, really important to not just the citizens of Utah and our agency, hunters, everyone. It's a big point of emphasis in our state, and I know bighorns are important to your state as well.
And I guess after the last experience, I mean, I think this is way better habitat than the last one. I think there was some concern with the last one too when we had those discussions, but obviously the predator monitoring component I would assume would be a massive component of this as well.
Yeah, we never would have guessed 31. I mean, that's a lot. So we won't have the same issues here.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. What's the carrying capacity of the facility?
So we haven't gone through and done like a veg analysis to look at that, but we have a similar population on Antelope Island State Park, which is an island in the middle of the Great Salt Lake. And when you look at their 8 square kilometers of habitat, this is right in line with that, and we grow about 150 bighorns there. In fact, this might have better vegetation. So on all accounts, I know when it was grazed with cattle, they grazed it for months with 50 plus cows in that area. And I know we don't manage wildlife on an AUM level, but 5 bighorn sheep essentially eats the same as a cow. So 150 bighorns there is 30 cows essentially. So pretty sustainable. Yeah.
Additional questions or comments? I guess as far as water, are there natural springs or is it man-made?
No, so great question. On the north end, so the part on my right of the screen, there's ponds there, and you can see all those green areas that feed the Great Salt Lake. Those are all natural riparian areas. So we have water on multiple parts on the north and the eastern side of it. And then we have 2 guzzlers that were delivered about 3 weeks ago out there, and we're putting guzzlers. And the nice thing is you can drive if we need to refill them, which I think will be important if we have more drought years like we've had in the past. So.
Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, none. So this is an action item, so I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Any?
Ryan Brown with Washoe Cab. We voted at our cab to deny this request. We feel that, with our declining sheep population, it'd be better off using our sheep to help supplement some of our other herds. Understanding there is the Movi and pneumonia, but trying some new things, we feel it'd be better to keep our sheep here in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Any cab comment on Zoom?
Paul Dixon, Clark County. Clark County supported this transfer, but had a couple of comments or recommendations along the line. We are blessed to have Pat Cummings, your former bighorn biologist in the South here, who's also taken over as the lead of the Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn Sheep. Pat talked to our board and the public present about the fact that he would really like to see the captures done in the May, June timeframe when the body health of the animals is the best, because we are moving these animals from the south in Nevada here, Clark County, the Muddies, all the way up north to almost like the most northern part of Nevada would be the equivalent, latitudinal position there. And he wants to make sure we give the animals the best time to acclimate, and he made that recommendation, and he may have also made it in his letter of recommendation to you. The other thing is that from Clark County's perspective, one of the things we discussed is this year there is no U-hunt, and we would much more prefer to see animals shared with accompanying states or translocated within our state rather than having a U-hunt. So that's why we support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? No. All right. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Yes, good morning. For the record, Fred Volz. Because a practice has been followed for years does not mean it should continue, is of any benefit to wildlife, or even biologically sound. A hypothetical parallel further proves these points. If part of your personal families were arbitrarily and suddenly uprooted, then located hundreds of miles away from resources and services with no instant ability to survive, you would probably be mad at the intentionally imposed injustice. Bighorn lodged no such protest. Yet this is exactly what Utah's Justin Shirley proposes Nevada do by uprooting bighorn sheep to supplement its populations so Utah hunters have more prospective animals to kill. As we heard earlier today in the misnamed Wildlife Heritage Committee's deliberations, the overarching goal of policymaking in both states and nationally is to maintain and, whenever possible, increase the number of animals available for human hunters to kill. This goal drives activities and decisions, never what is best for the individual wildlife species independent of sport killing. Given the pathogenic viruses that regularly plague bighorn sheep populations, especially Mycoplasma pneumonia, their ability to survive stress and major uprooting is significantly diminished. No responsible person involved should be willingly imposing these types of additional problems on top of the harsh conditions under which bighorn sheep must survive in the wilderness. We have seen recently where bird flu has been circulating in factory farm dairy cattle for 4 months before it was diagnosed by officials. This is just one example of the perils that exist for all species in captivity and in the wild that are regularly ignored. Mismanaging animals for the exclusive benefit of those intent on its permanent destruction and conversion to personal property cannot be called conservation. A more prudent response to the Utah director's letter would state that domesticated sheep need better containment rather than being allowed to free roam on unfenced rangeland and intermingling with wild sheep herds. Such a step would reduce the probability of virus transmission and increase the probability that Utah's resident bighorn sheep survive and increase in numbers organically if sport killing is contained. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Any additional public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Nevada Wildlife Commission. My name is Pat Cummings. I'm the president of the Las Vegas-based Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn, hereinafter referred to as the Fraternity, and I'm a retired endowed game division biologist. The fraternity provides the following statement relative to the request from the state of Utah for desert bighorn sheep. Nevada has a solid track record in assisting other Western states in desert bighorn sheep conservation programs. Nevada has furnished desert bighorn sheep to the states of Colorado, Texas, and Utah. As in the past, the fraternity supports accommodating the March 2024 request from Utah Division of Wildlife Resources Director Shirley. The fraternity recognizes the importance to address the commission today on this matter, as the fraternity recognizes that the capture activity should occur in early summer, i.e. late June, early July, to allow sufficient time for sheep to acclimate to the new, more northern environment. Desert bighorn sheep in southern Nevada are in top body condition in the months of May and June, and in the absolute worst body condition later in the year, especially in November. The Utah Bighorn Sheep Nursery is located on Promontory Point on the east side of the Great Salt Lake. Thus, desert bighorn sheep from the Mojave Desert Lake Mead area within the lower Colorado River drainage will make a considerable trek to a far more northern latitude marked by extreme cold temperatures in fall and winter months. In terms of latitude, the nursery is further north than Elko. It's further north than Wells. It is at the same latitude as Montello, Nevada. It is further north than Nevada's Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep populations. The nursery is a mere 50 miles away from the Idaho border. In this situation, acclimation involves a suite of physiological changes that serve to shift the animal's lower critical temperature threshold lower. These necessary changes include lower metabolic rate, skin thickness increases, hair coat thickens, and guard hairs lengthen. Lower critical temperature is the threshold at which point animals need to start using energy to maintain body heat. Here, sufficient time to acclimate to a new environment is essential. Here, timing is everything. Give the sheep their best shot. The fraternity recognizes that if capture activities cannot be achieved this early summer, then capture should be postponed to early summer 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any additional public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission for any additional questions or comments. I guess I just have one comment. Our North American wild sheep would not be where they're at right now if it wasn't for translocations like this, and all the translocations all over North America wouldn't exist. So I personally don't have any problem with it at all.
And I've had, communication from some of the commissioners from Utah as well as from Mr. Shirley, and I can tell you that they very much do appreciate it. They've expressed that not just here, not just on letters, but in person to me. So I know it's very important to them, and I do believe that it's important for the conservation of bighorn sheep, provided that it's done properly, of course.
Commissioner Kill.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't see Mr. Espinoza, but when are we, he's behind the podium. Oh.
Sorry.
When are we planning on, if this gets approved, when would we do the capture off the muddies? I guess to Mr. Cummings' point.
Sean Espinoza, for the record, Game Division Administrator. Thanks for the question. It is a good question because it does pose a bit of a challenge. Right now, there's about 3 different capture crews that would handle this type of work. One of them's out of country. One of them has personnel issues at the moment. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge. We've thought about alternatives like a drop net operation, but that would require a lot of personnel. We don't think that we could get that done within the next month and a half. So it would have to be a helicopter capture crew, and I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, if you guys have investigated that a little bit further, maybe?
We work, Justin Shannon, for the record. We work with several capture crews that we have on contract in Utah, and if June is the deadline, if that's the best time to do it, we can reach out to them and try to make that work in conjunction with Nevada.
Thank you.
And I would just ask, and maybe if the commission makes a motion to proceed, is if we can't do it this year, just wait a year, right? We want to give those sheep the best chance to survive. So.
Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Joe Bennett, Southern Region Game Supervisor for the record. To provide some context, a drop net is probably feasible if you had a little more time, but the problem is where we would drop net in Valley of Fire State Park, which is the new water development that you were a part of, and then also the temporary tank on the west side. It's not really alleviating the problem of where we want animals removed. Every year, you can predict by the third week of July that the 5 Ram water development will go dry. So I want to try to emphasize that point, is that we want to try to remove these sheep from where we have a liability. We recently worked with our land management agency partners and worked through an EA to build 3 large-scale water developments in the Muddy Mountains. We just completed the first one adjacent to Muddy Peak. And I want to get that point across because we're building 2 additional water developments over the next 2 years, one by Flipper and then one by White Basin. And that's to essentially decrease our liability, not to add to the sheep population. A couple other points I wanted to get across is we'll talk about U quotas tomorrow, and we'll discuss, or we have discussed some additional, I guess, translocation efforts that we're exploring. We actually moderated that U quota knowing that as you approach that 600 population for the Muddy Mountains, on bad years, we tend to increase our liability. I mean, we lived it. I mean, it was probably the worst day of my career flying in the Muddy Mountains or the Muddy Peak Wilderness. And with that being said, conditions have been good the last couple years. We tempered down the ewe harvest last year because of drought conditions and lamb recruitment it was slightly depressed. This year, last year, we conducted an abbreviated survey, classified 300 sheep with lamb recruitment at 36. We're expecting it to increase. So we're with an anticipated, I guess, success rate of approximately 60 with the quota tomorrow, and we'll go into those details tomorrow. That's about 39 individuals, and then to facilitate the 20 that we have here, we have no concerns that population can handle it. It's about 20% reduction in the youth segment of the population, but with replacement, we have no concerns.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments or motion? Commissioner Kill.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, with that, I'll move to approve the request from the state of Utah for Desert Bighorn sheep as presented, with the caveat that we try to do it, late spring, early summer. If it gets too far along and body condition aren't appropriate, that we would move it till next year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Keel. I think a second by, was that Commissioner Booth or Commissioner Walter? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers absent. And with that, we will break for lunch until 1:30.
If I may, just real quick, I wanted to say thank you to Justin coming over and doing this in person, but also to Utah. Nevada has been the recipient of many transplants from Utah, and that partnership between the states is greatly appreciated. And I didn't want to influence the commission, but yeah, we've got on the docket hopefully another mountain goat transplant coming from Utah, hopefully within the next year. So again, it'll be one of those opportunities. We've had turkeys, elk, various animals from Utah, and appreciate that partnership. So just wanted to acknowledge. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. All right, it's 1:30. If everybody wants to start making their way back. All right, we're going to get going again. I do want to remind everybody I please ask that if you're here in person that you sign in, and if you're going to speak, to fill out a speaker's card. So with that, we'll go to agenda item number 10, new commission policy 12, fee for habitat research and management. APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The commission will review a new commission policy 12 for the first time and may take action to recommend revising the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to kick it to Kaylee. She can get us caught up to speed here.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia and Commissioner McNinch. At the last APRP committee meeting, the committee reviewed commission policy number 12. That is a proposed new number. I just did research on how we number our policies, and all the habitat policies are, I think, 10 through 20. And 12 was a free number. We don't renumber, or we don't reuse policy numbers. So 12 was available, which is why it's policy 12. Under the purpose of the policy, I described the authority for this policy, which is NRS 502253. And then the procedure for the second pot of funding in the predator pot of money, as we previously have called it, would be allocated through the heritage process. I am open for any questions. Oh, actually, I do want to add, we do call this a game tag application fee, I believe, online. So we don't call it predator fee when you're applying online. When you see that $3 fee come up, it's not called a predator fee, which is why that predator fee is not in the title of this policy.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, the APRP committee did recommend pushing this to the commission for consideration as it was written. So that was a very quick meeting, very straightforward. So I don't think there's much to trip on this one. I really don't. I do have one quick suggestion, though. The very last sentence. If we, and this is just consistent, it says the Heritage Grant Manual, and the rest of the policy, it was referring to the Heritage Program Grant Manual. So maybe we just try to stay consistent so people don't think it's two different things.
Absolutely. And I do just want to remind the commission has to hear policies 2 times, so you won't be adopting this policy today. You would move it forward to another meeting with any suggested changes.
All right, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I know previously when we talked about, the pots A and B, I had kind of advocated for the mule deer enhancement program. If we could potentially receive some funding from this pot B, that would be allocated towards that. I don't know if you guys had much discussion around that, or probably it slipped everybody's mind at the committee, but I just wanted to bring that up and see if we had, any round numbers or something to talk about in terms of how the pot's getting split up now, or?
There was no discussion at the time of our meeting on what that number looks like. The department might have a little better idea right now, but in terms of the use of the money, I would certainly think that the mule deer enhancement subcommittees and stuff, this would be a great place to. Those certainly very worthy projects, and I think it's that kind of stuff that would pull out of this for sure. I would hope that it's kind of similar to the projects that we saw just with the heritage stuff. I would hope that there's a lot of that similar type stuff. So certainly the mule deer stuff would be a great place to spend this money in my mind. So.
Right. Yeah, and certainly, and we'll hear tomorrow, but I mean, there's a strong interest in mule deer tags. It's obviously not all of the revenue generated, but, mule deer is kind of the key species for the state of Nevada, so.
Alan, did you have some preliminary numbers?
Yeah, the department did look into this, and, just roundabout numbers, looking at where we are this year with the predator fee dollars, just what was in the predator plan. I'm just gonna use approximates. We're approximately 900,000 that was available for distribution. I'm not making any predictions on the A and B pot, so let's say it's just 50-50. You would assume that there is, if you went 50% to pot A and 50% to pot B, that would be 450,000, one for pot A and one for pot B, and so looking at that, you could contemplate, what type of allocation. I don't know if the commission's considering or if Casey's considering a set dollar value or a set percentage, but I think those would be kind of the numbers you would look at is basically looking at those two different pots and trying to figure out what the commitment towards mule deer enhancement program would be.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. So I was referring to the Pot B money, whatever is approved in the, if it's approved by the commission and it's all towards, mule deer enhancement stuff, then that's what it is. So no issue there. It's just part of the same old process. The difference between the two, of course, is that B part. I know probably a lot of people advocating for keeping. For having, submit on your application for your predator to continue with some predator projects. But, don't lose sight that this money can be used to, on the B side, to go into habitat improvements for these mule deer enhancement projects, 3-to-1 match. There's opportunity to match those dollars, and on the predator, the lethal side, there isn't. It is what it is. It's 450. On the other, and I imagine there's a few little exceptions mixed in, but on the other side, that 450 would be matched by, would be available for a 3-to-1 match in most cases. So I throw that out there because I think that, it's no different than what we're seeing on the heritage side. A lot of opportunity there for sure.
Yeah, and I guess just to maybe clarify my thoughts, and I wouldn't be like 100% ask of the pot B, if it was 50% and whatever, honestly, whatever is easiest for the department to make that split as opposed to a set number. I want to alleviate the burden on them. It's one more step, one more thing, but I think it would add some value to that mule deer enhancement program to have the authority to actually review those projects as they come in. And if you have that authority to issue money, I think it elevates the review that the committee is responsible for on those projects. I think having that physical responsibility, so I think it would be a good thing. But
Alan Janae again for the record, and thinking it through, I said probably a dollar value or a percentage. It would probably be easiest to deal with a percentage, and so Casey just threw out 50%, and so we could write it into policy and say 50% of pot B, because if there was a dollar value, we wouldn't know whether or not we were gonna hit it. But if it was something and it said, 50% of the funds allocated in pot B, we're gonna go to mule deer enhancement, then we'd just write it into policy. It would be the directive, and then it would basically be set aside in that pot to then be approved towards mule deer enhancement projects that are brought forward through that program.
So for me, speaking just for myself, I don't have a, I'm not, that doesn't scare me away from anything. It might be, there might be some benefit to playing it out for a year, seeing what the numbers do fall out to be, and maybe see what happens with the projects to begin with, to see what kind of projects we get in here. And, I think, I was mentioning earlier with the heritage stuff, we've made it pretty clear that, what we're kind of having an appetite for. And we're really seeing the difference on those heritage projects, when we're dealing with corridors and habitat improvements. There was a huge expenditure on seed money. You guys know how much I like that. And, so, I'm hopeful that same mentality rolls into this other, this Part B stuff, and that there's going to be a pretty good chunk of money going towards those things that benefits all wildlife ultimately. So but I'm open either way.
Could you clarify for me then, as written, are we essentially precluding mule deer enhancement because of the way that the proposals have to be submitted?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Wise. I don't believe so. I believe the Mule Deer Enhancement Committee could still submit projects to be funded through paragraph B through that heritage process when all of these projects are submitted at the same time. However, if you wanted to dedicate a specific amount of funding to the projects that come through the Mule Deer Enhancement Committees, it would be more appropriate to give that directive in the policy.
In this policy, okay.
I guess my question would be, I'm just thinking out loud. I still think you want the Wildlife Heritage Committee to approve everything because you already have a formal set program. I think if you try to go where the Mule Deer Enhancement Committee was to award those, you'd have to create a whole separate program.
Yeah, and so the way this would roll out is currently the Mule Deer Enhancement Program, that oversight committee actually meets prior to heritage approval. They bring forward projects that in the past have been incorporated as proposals into heritage. That's why we wrote it this way, is that it's kind of the natural place where it doesn't create a duplicative process. And so it would just go through the oversight committee, be ranked there, basically ranked as 1 through whatever projects, and then submitted into the heritage process. And there would be, in that set aside of pot B, there would be that available fund that could then fund that. And then heritage would also pick up, all the other projects that it still does right now.
Yeah, and I know right now the Heritage Committee, the projects, there's an asterisk that notes those are mule deer enhancements projects. I guess my only concern was setting apart a specific amount is that what if we don't know what that dollar amount's gonna be yet. What if we get an amount and we don't have enough heritage, or we don't have enough mule deer enhancement specific projects? Because you want projects that are actually, we don't want to be just, you want projects that are gonna have benefit, right? That are, the department has vetted, that we think are legitimate projects that we can, that are gonna be a benefit to mule deer. What if we don't have enough one year for that? If we set a specific 50% set aside or something, that's where I would have a concern.
Given my experience so far in Mule Deer Enhancement Program and the number of projects that are coming from each of the county teams, I don't think that's a problem at all. I think that the sheer magnitude of projects is well beyond the level of funds. If we were saying this is last year 900,000, 450, 50% of 450 is 225. That, I don't want to say it's peanuts, but that doesn't go very far with the level of projects that have been proposed through the teams.
Yeah, I mean, just as long as they're all beneficial. Because we've seen some other projects that the teams have thrown out that you're like, no, guys, that's not realistic, right? Just being honest, so.
And I think that the fact that it is being ranked by the Mule Deer Oversight Committee, and then also it's in that heritage process where it's actually scored in a matrix. Same with the Mule Deer Enhancement projects, as there is a matrix that scores them and ranks them. And so if they're not of high caliber, they're not going to get up there, wouldn't be available for funding.
No, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just thinking out loud.
No, I'm just trying to help you understand the way it's laid out right now and the way we anticipate it going through the process.
Any additional commission questions or comments?
No, just, like I said, for me, I'm okay, rolling forward with it the way it is. And if we're, see how it works this first year, let things kind of settle down and see what it looks like. And if we have to get more specific to direct, to give a little more direction, it's nothing to bring these back and talk about it again and do it, so.
And I mean, I'm okay with that too, because right now it's all big giant guess, right?
Yeah.
Until we see how the draw this year pans out.
Yeah. This is a good thing.
Yeah. Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, this is an action item, so any cab comment in Reno? Cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno?
Mill Building, Washoe County, public. We're gonna run this concurrent really with the Heritage. I just wonder maybe if we'd be better to make it at a later date, or make it to where people can apply for this a couple times a year. Someone at the same time with the Heritage, and this is gonna be going on at the same time, they might not get their funding out of the Heritage. If this was made later, or could be made a couple times a year, it might be a way for that project that was declined in the Heritage to get some money. Just a thought.
Thank you, Mel. Any additional public comment in Reno? Okay. Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jana Wright, Clark County, I would not be in favor of adding a percentage as suggested by Commissioner Keel. This is a brand new policy. You have no idea how the numbers are going to come in. Accept it as it is, and you can always come back and review it after a year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNitch.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess, not that, I don't know that we necessarily need to, but I'll make a motion to move the new Commission Policy 12, fee for habitat research and management, to the next commission meeting for consideration as it's currently written.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNitch, second by Commissioner Young. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Your nay? Okay, motion carries 7-1 with Vice Chair Rogers absent. Commissioner Keel. All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 11, fiscal year 2025 predation management plan for possible action. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. The commission will review the final draft of the fiscal year 2025 draft predation management plan with the department. The commission may take action to modify or endorse the plan.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation today. This support material is the same plan that we saw at the March meeting, save for the requested changes. And so the three things that I updated, amended Project 37 to capture some language encompassing the importance of mountain lion removals prior to and after bighorn sheep translocation. We increased Project 37 from $100,000 to $150,000. And some language was added to Project 47 to allow those funds to also be used for lethal removal. And nothing else within this draft predator plan was amended or changed.
Pat, on I see the language added in Project 37. The language in Project 47, I guess, where exactly did we add the lethal component on that one?
On page 34, under methods, item 1, addressed predation through projects 37, 38, and I do apologize, that is a typo, it should say 47 for mule deer enhancement program identified projects. So I can make sure that if this is accepted today, that says 47 once it's posted to our website.
Commissioner Wise.
On page 14, which is Project 37, in the methods, the last paragraph, the last sentence. I think I know what you're getting at there, but it says, will be lethally removed regarding translocation projects. That's just a phrasing issue for me. It's not really a complete. It says any mountain lion consuming a bighorn sheep will be lethally removed regarding translocation projects. And so I don't know if that just needs some rephrasing, but, or maybe it's just me, but it reads a little funny.
I mean, should that say like following translocation projects?
That's what I'm wondering, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, I can add following. My apologies for the typos.
Does that still capture what you're going for?
Yeah, no, it was just, this is an intention of more eloquently stating that it's a one strike and you're out
Okay.
policy.
Thanks.
And then one other question, Pat, on that project 37, specifically to the lethal removal of mountain lions post-translocation. I know we talked about it last time. Is there a period where you won't do that? You know, if we translocate a sheep, is it like the first 5 years? Is it the first 2 years? Or is it gonna just kind of be on the department's discretion?
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I would say the department's discretion at the advisement of the commission, and kind of a case by case. I didn't put a time frame in there since sometimes translocation projects occur in fairly short order, and so hypothetically there could also be a situation where land use might not allow for land removal with changes in policy or things, and so it's not stated, but yeah, the timeline in doing so would be at the discretion of the department.
Not to pull back on what I just said, but I wonder I think there was a point where we talked about potentially needing to remove pre-translocation too, so, and maybe not, but if that is the case, then I suppose changing it to following is limiting, maybe it should be pre and post-translocation. But I just vaguely remember that was a part of the conversation, so.
To your point, so this first sentence states, Project 37 will be used to decrease mountain lion densities immediately before the bighorn sheep translocation. Project 37 will also be used to keep mountain lion densities decreased after newly translocated projects. Does that
No,
address
you're
the
right.
before and during?
Yep. I was just afraid at the last second, afraid I was taking something out that was gonna change the nature of that, but thank you. Yeah, that works.
All right, any additional questions for Pat? Commissioner McNinch.
One quick one, Pat, on Project 42, I think I'd asked about the manuscript before. Is there any update on when it'll be available?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. You will be receiving a Zoom update on Project 42. It should be at the June commission meeting.
A Zoom?
Yeah, a Zoom update on the.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So the researcher
During the
will
meeting.
talk about
I
that
was like,
manuscript and how it's
okay.
going.
All right. Okay, the manuscript, so you're anticipating that to be finalized by the end of June?
You'll receive an update on the progress of that in June.
Any update on when it'll be finished, the manuscript?
I haven't asked Dr. Benson on that, but sometime shortly after that meeting is my expectation.
If I would like a copy of it if I could, please, when you're
Yeah.
all done. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions or comments for Pat?
Yeah, Pat, on Project 37, I know it mentioned in the front that we increased the budget on 37. Does the amount of money in 37, does that reflect that increase?
You're talking on page 14,
Yes.
the budget? Yeah, that used to be 100,000.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Paul Dixon, Clark Cab. We voted to support the plan as written, but we had a comment from one of the CAB members that he's noticed consistent editorial mistakes that have been carried from one version to the next version, and his recommendation was to have a technical editor look at the plan to clean up those minor technical editorial issues in the plan, but otherwise the plan was accepted as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any additional CAB comment on Zoom? No. All right, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
If I may, Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record, to the comment in Clark County. My email is pjackson@ndow.org, so people can also email me, notice editorial mistakes.
Thank you, Pat. It's an action item. Yep. I mean, I'll make a motion if everybody's, or did you have another question? No.
I'm good.
Thank you,
Go
Chairman.
ahead, Commissioner Keel.
I'll go ahead and save your voice. You've got a lot left to go through. So I'll move to approve the fiscal year 2025 predation management plan as presented with the two noted changes on page 14 to address Commissioner Weiss's concern replacing regarding with follow. And on page 34, noting that underneath methods, number 1, project 46 should read 47.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Weiss. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers absent. All right, agenda item number 12, Commission General Regulations Workshop, public comment allowed for possible action. 12A, Commission General Regulation 518, shed hunting and big game skull collecting, Chief Game Warden Christy Knight. The department is proposing changes to Nevada Administrative Code 503.172 that better identifies unlawful activity for shed hunting and provides provisions for big game mammal skull collection.
Good afternoon, Chair Cavilla and members of the Commission. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. I will be presenting as a workshop CGR 518 shed antler and big game skull collecting. This is an amendment to NAC 503.172 and an additional amendment that I'd like to talk to you guys about in NAC 503.174. It is not listed here, and I'll discuss that in a second. The legal framework empowering our regulatory authority over the matters under discussion today stems from the Nevada Revised Statute and Nevada Administrative Codes as follows. NRS 501.181, that's the broad spectrum. NRS 501.376, NRS 501.379, NRS 502.150, NRS 503.030, NRS 503.655, NAC 502.345, and NAC 503.174. If you remember, in last year's legislative session, a bill was introduced to allow for big game skull collection. NDOW felt as though we could cover big game skull collecting and selling with a regulation. There was a draft of NAC 503.172 completed and submitted prior to the posting deadline for public meeting requirements. Upon further department discussions, we redrafted the proposed changes in NAC 503.172 and realized we needed to update NAC 503.174 as well. If you would like, I can present the submitted proposed changes in NAC 503.172 and display and discuss the further proposed changes in NAC 503.172 and NAC 503.174. Would you like me to do that as well? Okay. Original additions of language are in blue and removal of language in red. Changes since the public meeting posting requirements are in green for adding language or orange for removing language. The first changes in NAC 503.172 are in the title. These are only suggestions as we cannot make changes in the title. That is up to LCB. The changes we are suggesting include adding catching and possessing as prohibitions during certain periods. We are also asking to add skulls of big game mammals in those certain time periods, and adding collection of big game skulls statewide upon public and private lands. Now, as I go through this, would you like to talk through each section individually, or would you like me to go through the entire proposed changes?
Why don't we go through the entire thing, I think?
Okay. In subsection 1, the changes include adding search for, catch, or possess an additional of skulls of big game mammals. The changes in this section include differentiating resident and non-resident requirements for taking the responsible collection of shed antler course. Residents must only take the course one time and non-residents annually. In subsection 2, we changed number 2 from NDOW issuing a certificate of completion to allowing the person who successfully passes the course to print and save an image of their certificate of completion. Subsection 3 through 11 are new sections. Subsection 3 clarifies what evidence of an act constituting a violation subsection 1A would be. Thank you. Originally, drones and unmanned aerial aircraft were used interchangeably. We fixed that by removing D and changing drone in subsection 1A to unmanned aerial aircraft. Subsection 4 allows for lawfully collected shed antlers to be sold, bartered, or traded. Subsection 5 allows for the collection of big game skulls with a tag or permit from the department. This section gives direction on what must be completed in order to collect the skull and requires a physical check-in of the skull and a seal to be affixed to the skull. We removed the original subsection 6 as it was redundant with subsection 3. So this is the green language. The new subsection 6 states the first offense will be a written warning, and then penalizing can happen from the second offense on. Subsection 7 states if the person took the course in responsible shed collection, they can be penalized on the first offense. Subsection 8, the new 8, states the big game skull tag or seal is free of charge. Subsection 9 allows for a sealed big game skull that was collected may be sold, bartered, or traded. We removed donation to a nonprofit organization as the only means that you could do, and now it's open that you can sell it at any time. Subsection 10 defines stockpiling, unmanned aerial aircraft, and skulls of big game mammals. Subsection 11 gives the authority for the department to close collection for disease events or other concerns. And then this is the addition to NAC 503.174. It adds collected in the title in subsection 1. So now it'll read, except as otherwise provided in subsection 2, the sale of the hide, head, antlers, or horns or other non-edible parts of the game animals which were illegally killed or collected is permitted. There are a lot of changes, so
Commissioner, who wants to start?
Oh, I'm sure there's
Commissioner
going
Walter.
to be a lot, so I'll just start with one and see where we go from there, but.
Did I even take a free one?
Sure.
I don't have that. I have an old version, it looks like.
did you?
Yeah, I think they changed this after they posted it. This is none of us have seen this prior to today.
Okay.
Management Analyst Kaylee Musso for the record. I apologize. I understand there were a lot of changes to this regulation after it was noticed. We did our best to draft this regulation after last session, and the timing of, I saw a lot of comments on the timing of this, and I just want to say that was due to myself and the regulation schedule and the amount of regulations we have going on right now. And then also we're entering into a temporary reg period. So we wanted to get this in front of the commission so that you could start discussing it. It obviously has not been sent to LCB yet, and that was done on purpose because we anticipated a lot of changes to come out of this meeting. So we wanted to get it in a decent enough place at this meeting to send it to LCB so that when we bring it back to you at the next meeting, it can be pretty flushed out and hopefully drafted in LCB's terms. we did discuss this regulation with the Deputy Attorney General Burkett after I had noticed this regulation, which is where a lot of those changes came from. So I hope that makes people more comfortable in knowing that he reviewed it, and that's where a majority of these changes came from. But a lot of them also came from feedback that we'd been hearing from legislators and other concerned citizens.
Dr. Janae.
Yes, thank you. And if I could add, the intent with this, as Kaylee mentioned, was we wanted to get this out. We had made a commitment at the last legislative session to try to make this fix before we got back to the next legislative session. And knowing that this temporary regulation window is creeping up on us, we wanted to get this out. Our expectation is this is a discussion draft. Like we say, we can tweak this based on initial comment. We'll take that to LCB. We'll bring back a draft version for consideration again. And if we need to bring it back to August as a draft, we're fine with that as well. We just made a commitment that we would actually try to address this so that it didn't end up being another bill at this next legislative session.
Yeah, so some of my comments are going to be a little, I'll have to tie them in some way, and there's going to be a couple pieces that probably we're all going to be forming opinions on right here, I guess. So this might just be a little bit of back and forth to get through it, I guess. So I'll back off for Mario to get us started.
I need to look at it too.
Okay. So let me, maybe want me to take a quick shot at a couple things. So I guess one thing that stood out to me, and again, I don't know if it's been modified, but, and this is where Dag Burkett might have to help us out. This idea that, and look, I'm not trying to defend non-residents, but I'm definitely trying to keep us out of hot water. There's when I read that, punitive might be the word I would use. There's an aspect of, residents only have to take the class once, but these guys over here have to take it every year. So what's the real intent behind that? There might be another way to address the issue at hand. So
Part
that's
of the
my
thought
first question.
process on that, Christy Knight for the record, is resident shed hunters are primarily license holders. So they actually have a lot of correspondence with us that we send out. Non-resident, most of them are not license holders, and this is one of the ways to inform them of things that may change or any regulations or laws.
That definitely takes the edge off of that a little bit for me. Why not just require them to have licenses, hunting licenses?
That is an NRS change.
Okay, well, we got a legislative session coming up, so there's an opportunity there maybe. Let me see here. What happens between, can people cache sheds between June and December?
Christy Knight for the record, they could.
Okay.
This is only for the periods that are closed, and in those units that it's closed in, or those locations, counties that they are closed in.
Right, because this is definitely an issue, there's no doubt about it, and I'm not sure that anything that we do outside of that, just by managing the closed period or the open, the season for sheds, is gonna address that issue. People will just back it up and go hide what they can, I guess theoretically, there probably is a lot less of them on the ground during that time frame. I imagine most of them are gone, but I'd mentioned earlier, the bad behavior. And I've talked to Christy about it. The best way to handle bad behavior, people that aren't going to voluntary compliance, is to up the ante. Basically say, okay, we're going to elevate the penalties for violation, and we'll start getting better compliance just because there'll be people that say, okay, that consequence is a little steep for me. I'll have to play by the rules now. And that's what'll happen. So I'm all for increasing penalties. I know there was a couple suggestions to do that, and I'm a one and done. It's hard to catch up to these, and they're playing those odds. So first time they get caught and convicted, take it out of the hands of the DAs in the other counties and just tie it into NRS and make it mandatory. This is it. This is what happens to you if you get caught. That's kind of where I'm leaning these days. Send a message that we're not gonna put up with it. I probably have more comment, but I'll process.
Just to clarify, Commissioner McNinch, the July 1st to December 31st, they can just pick them up. There's not going to be any caching during that time, right? Yes, they'll just pick them up. So I just wanted to clarify that. And that's, I think, based on previous discussions, a lot of that's during hunting seasons and that when people are out.
So that's a good point. I appreciate you clarifying that. Caching is, inside of that other time frame. If people are, if they're going to be doing, if they're going to be caching, then, hammer them hard, severe. It'll stop.
Christie, could you go to the second page again? I apologize. Thank you. Okay, so my question was, and I just want to understand it, but the use of dogs for collecting sheds. So this is going to sound silly, but I have a black lab that picks up every bone and shed he stumbles across, whether it's chukar hunting or walking through the field. Is the intent here, we had dogs chasing animals? I mean, is there really an issue of someone's dogs picking up the shed itself? What's the intent of that section?
I don't see dogs listed in that section. 3D?
So 3D,
Oh,
use of dogs for
Okay,
collection.
so use of dogs for collection of shed antlers. People do use their dogs. It's not the dog just picks it up. It's you're out there because they're trained to find them and retrieve them back to you.
Sure. But, so what I'm getting at is, we're defining an act constituting a violation of someone using a dog.
So if they're out there for the purpose of shed hunting, that would be a violation. But again, it's for the purpose of shed hunting. During the closed season only, yes.
Got it.
All these are just for the closed season.
Okay.
Hey, Christie, I don't know if you know, but how many violations have we had since this was enacted?
I know of at least 12 citations, and then there's about 6 warnings. Most of the warnings are to juveniles. I did look that up before coming here.
And what year did this shed antler regulation go into effect?
Originally, I believe it was 2007. But in the last 3 weeks, we have had 4 violations, 3 citations, 1 warning. The first few years of this enactment was all warnings, and we've been hitting it hard for the last couple of years.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, can you go over and I'm familiar with it, but just the current penalty system, or kind of if it's a warning and what happens?
So with the warning, we usually try to reserve those for juveniles. But with the warning, they don't get a citation or anything, but they do go into our system. So if they get contacted again with it, we know that they've already been warned about it. They know about these regulations, and so they shouldn't be doing it, and then they would be cited. If they are cited, it's a 3 demerit penalty, and it's $100 to $500 in fines.
Yes, because and I'm sure this isn't news to anyone in this room, the majority of calls I receive on this is the concern of I'm following the law and waiting, and some aren't. I know that's, and having a career in kind of this avenue, it's very difficult, and you guys are in a tough spot. But that is some of the concerns that I get. That, and then the penalty, and the kind of concern of the penalty being a little low.
For the shed antlers, that's what it is. However, if this is approved and the big game skull one, that is actually a 9 demerit point and a $500 fine.
And then the other question is, and again, I don't so much have a position on this right now, but do we know, and if not, someone can get back to me, what other states are doing as to shed antler seasons and non-resident and resident? If it's different dates or what have you, just what other states are doing. Again, I'm not have a position right now, but I'm just curious.
I will look into that to have firm answers for you.
Any additional questions or comments? pretty quiet. Hey, Christie, I do have a question in relation to the skull one. So if you go to 5C, if you find the skull, you get GPS coordinates, you take photos, but then 5C, contact the Nevada Department of Wildlife to notify a found big game skull to receive instructions. And then 5D says present the skull of the big game mammal. So I guess, because I know there's different states that have different requirements, but are we saying, so we're saying that the individual can pick the skull up and bring it home? Or we're saying, are they to wait until they get instructions from the department before they pick that skull up?
It's to wait to get instructions, but if they have cell phone service right there, they can pick it up right then, if they are given that authority. But with contacting NDOW, we had actually figured that they would probably pick it up there, because that's what we're seeing currently. And then they can notify the NDOW, so that way we know when the five-day window starts. But with the GPS coordinates and the photos, that helps gather the information that we need to start investigating anyways.
Yeah, because I mean, if they can't get a hold of the department, then technically the skull has to remain out in the field?
No, we would, like I said, we would allow for them to pick it up. That's what they currently do now.
Okay.
As long as they take their pictures and get the GPS coordinates.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this one's a big can of worms. I truly, talking to people, White Pine and Lincoln County, and it's not being followed. I think we're all kidding ourselves if we think it is. And as much as the residents want to complain about non-residents, there's a whole bunch of residents cheating too. So I know that for a fact. So this is a tough one. I've heard, let's make a different season for residents and then non-residents, and I'm kind of with Commissioner McNinch. I think that's a bad road to go down. I know other states have done it. I think Wyoming's doing it right now. I think Utah's threatened to do it. I personally don't like that one, to try to set up something different between residents and non-residents myself, but I know the public wants that. But just the whole season overall, I mean, it's one of those deals where we have a regulation and it's nothing against the department, but it's almost like impossible to enforce. And since its inception, we've only had 12 citations, right? That tells you something. Again, these are just my opinions, but.
And how many of those are you going to catch up to a second time? That's kind of my point, is it's part of the consequences, right? I mean, for those of us who've had kids, when one of mine was 3 years old, they'd push the button and, you'd say, knock it off. And they'd say, or what? And you'd say, or you're going to get this consequence. And then they evaluate, and then they do it anyway, because the pain is, worth the time is worth the crime, And that's why you ratchet this up, and you just, so basically I'd tell him, try it and find out what's going to happen to you. Here we have to tell people what's going to happen to them, but let's tell them, you play around with these, it's going to be a 12-point or, 9 points. So if you do get caught again, you're just out. It's going to be, there's no, some people wait it out and let their demerits reset, and they'll go do it again because it's worth it to them. And that's frustrating. You throw a little jail time and some big fines in there, or losing your hunting licenses with the violator compact, that gets pretty substantial, and people think twice about it. They really will. You'll keep the honest people real honest for sure.
So I guess, Christie, right now, there's no demerits associated, right, with the shed antler?
There are 3 demerits.
Three
currently.
demerits, okay. And does the commission have the leeway to increase the demerits, or?
You would if you opened NAC 502.100 to change that.
All right. Any additional Commissioner Young?
Just a clarification on the big game skull, and I'm 90% sure it is. It's from this day going forward, correct? Because obviously, historically, people have picked up big game skulls possibly in the past. I'm just kind of a clarification.
What was your beginning question? I missed that.
For the big game schools, it's for going forward. So this new policy is
Correct.
only going forward. There's no,
Correct.
thank you.
The good deed goes unpunished.
All right, I'm going to open it up for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno?
Is this on? Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. The Elko Cab had a couple of suggestions with regards to amendments to this. A sidebar, Elko County was the county that presented the petition to start this whole thing over in Ely several years ago. The two amendments were actually included or were discussed at that particular time before the commission went into rulemaking. The first recommendation is that April 1st through the 30th would be a resident-only shed hunting season. May 1st through, I believe, June 20th would be non-residents and residents. In addition to that, and addressing some of the comments that have been made already, we suggested that there be a license that has a fee to it for the non-residents, and at the same time, we'd have to deal with anything with the residents. But those are the two suggestions, the season and the license fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Chairman, Commission, Mitch McVickers, White Pine Cab. We opposed any of these new changes and regulations. We actually would like to just see their season go away and the non-residents start shed hunting May 1st, or April 1st, I'm sorry. Or no, May, like it currently is, but there's so many people out shed hunting. I mean, and it's, like I said, how do you enforce it? In my job, I cover a lot of country driving around for my work, and all spring, people are shed hunting. And there's no way that the department has enough people to enforce it, in my opinion. And this was that everybody at our meeting the other night would rather see this go away. And you just add more, if we add more stuff to it, it's just more stuff that they have to try to enforce, and it ain't gonna work. And I voted for this when it come around, but we change seasons, we do stuff every year, right? So if it hasn't worked, I think we should get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVickers.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. We wanted to thank the Nevada Department of Wildlife for adding clarity and cleaning up this mess that we thought was a mess. We had talked a lot about this, and we would like to, we realize that there's a lot of residents that are breaking the law, and we thought that if we propose to close it off to non-residents to get a handle on who we have in our back doors that are causing these problems instead of everybody at the moment, and then maybe later on opening it up and then making them buy a license. So these were just thoughts that we had because it is a problem, and we see it in Nye County. These guys come over from Utah and stuff, and unfortunately we only have one game warden down in our area, and that's a huge area for him. So why not close it off to non-residents so that we can get a handle on it first? So that's what we proposed.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? All right, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for further thoughts. Crickets.
There's reasons why we were trying to regulate this. Maybe the department can help us out with that conversation. I know, Mike, yeah, you're going to be up here because I know we discussed it. You know, there are concerns with the traffic out there. You know, it's a little bit of the Wild West right now, and to go back to that, I'm not sure is that good of an option. I understand what Mitch is saying. I get it. You know, because you just continue to dig in, and I've even been encouraging that to stop the bad behavior. But there's actually some habitat. There's some reasons why this is important to address. So,
thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Mike Scott for the record. You know, in the January, February timeframe, we're probably a bit more concerned about some of the harassment of big game. I was the biologist in Lincoln County for a long time, and in that time, I saw people that would harass animals both on vehicles, on foot, and from the air, and try to knock their antlers off. They would set wires across trails in an effort to knock antlers off. So at that time of year, you know, it's the toughest time for big game. And then as you transition into, you know, late March and into April, you have sage grouse strutting, nesting, brooding, as well as a whole host of non-game obligates, sagebrush obligates, non-game species. And those are the ones that we're trying to protect. And, you know, if you roll this back to April 1st, the number of people is I mean, it's shocking to see the number of people that do this activity. And I think it's a legitimate activity, but if we're going to encourage that number of people to be out on those sage grouse habitats, it tends to be a problem. So that's why we push to have it May 1st be the opener. And, you know, it's fairly simple, but I realize there's a lot of people using a lot of different methods to try to find these things. And some of it is for people's personal collection, and then some of it is more of a commercial where they go pick them up and then try to sell them. So a lot of different reasons, but there's a lot of people that do it.
Yeah, and I mean, I've said it before. In my younger days, I was a rabid shed hunter. I mean, from my childhood into my early 20s, I would go ballistic, but it wasn't as popular back then. And like, I mean, Mitch McVickers could tell you, like, everybody waited until March. Everybody kind of waited. That was it. Everybody waited for everything to shed, and then everybody went out. And then it gained more popularity, and it's just human nature. Like, I got to beat them out there. And then it morphed into people starting going crazy in February. Then people started going crazy in January. And like Mr. Scott just said, that unless you've seen it, I was over in Eastern Nevada. I wasn't shed hunting, but I was over there on May 1st 2 years ago. The amount of people that even show up for the quote-unquote opening day of shed season, it looks like opening day of elk season. That's not an exaggeration by any extent. It's an extremely popular activity, and it's just, I think with social media and that, it's become so popular, and it used to not be at all, not even close. But I mean, I used to sell antlers, I used to do all of it, and it's a different world now. It's a completely different world, and people just can't help themselves. That's why they break the law now doing it, you know.
and this is one of those areas where we're trying to send the message. I've been complaining about we're not telling people where those lines are, you know, earlier on with the snowmobiles running things down. But here we are. We're saying, you know, that running elk through trees and spreading wires between trees to knock off antlers and stuff is an unacceptable behavior. And I think that's good. I think that we do that. I think we need to do those types of things. We're also sending the message that ripping through the sagebrush, especially at certain times of the year, isn't desirable. That's not good. That has consequences. you know, we're gonna not have as much wildlife. We talk about the fires all the time. Well, this is every bit as devastating. So, you know, there's always lots of options that, you know, you can limit the number of people can take, you know, for the people that are just, you know, take the commercial aspect out of it. Maybe that discourages people. You can have, you can prohibit non-residents from coming in. I mean, there's lots of things that you can do, but at the end of the day, there's still gonna be an enforcement component that we have to tend to.
No, and it might be opening up the NAC to add more demerits to it, right? Right now, I mean, what is, Christie, what's the current fine for the violation?
Christy Knight for the record.
No, not on, sorry.
It's not on, is it on?
There you go.
Okay. Christy Knight for the record. Currently, the fine is $100 to $500 and only 3 demerit points.
Yeah, see, and that's 2 brown elk sheds, right? That's it. So, 2 big brown elk sheds would cover your fine. And then the kicker on that is if they don't have a hunting license, they don't care about demerits in Nevada. So,
I mean, I kind of think obviously it's separate and apart from today's, but would like to maybe see a further conversation on kind of the penalty, because I do want to support those individuals that aren't going out there, and I know it's never going to be a perfect science. It's a lot of country we're talking about in a very difficult situation, but would like to maybe in a separate agenda item in another day discuss what other states are doing, what kind of penalties we're seeing and stuff like that.
One comment here, please. I think the certificate is important. First, I didn't. I took the test the other day. I learned something from it, so I think the educational aspect of the certificate is important. I also, with the CAB members indicating that earlier starting date, I've had people call me more on the shed hunting than anything else. And one of the things was to start earlier for residents and later for non-residents. That way, as law enforcement is out in the field, they can see license plates that are out of state and possibly help discourage those who come in early and grab the sheds before our residents do. So I'm thinking because of the importance of having a May 1st starting date, I don't know biologically what April 15th date would be for residents to begin, and then May 1st for non-residents, and see how that would affect how that would appease our residents of the state of Nevada, but also possibly ease the law enforcement side.
And just for clarification, that would be a separate day, correct? It'd be a separate agenda item, separate day, because I think it's a different NAC that we'd have to go into.
yeah, I mean, and right now, we're just workshopping this one too, right? So, yeah, I think you could.
We can add it to this reg, because currently the dates are listed in A and B of subsection 1.
I don't want to speak too much on this, but yeah, I would like to see, I think that'd be good for the commission, department, everyone that pays attention to this, to see the different states, the different dates, resident, non-resident, different penalties. For me, at least, would be beneficial just to kind of go through it on those subject matters.
I guess what's the flavor of the commission today? I mean, we don't have to do anything today, or do we want to direct the department to do anything? Or would we like to see, I mean, it would be nice to see this additional language too. And I guess we can say we started the discussion, right? Or is there anything, would we like to see the department maybe address Commissioner Booth's comments in the proposed language that comes back? Or I guess, I'm just trying to get a feel for where everybody's at.
God, I didn't mean to talk on all this stuff, but I guess I'm a little leery of, I've thought about it, what if you back it up, but there's still sage grouse strutting and there's still, nesting going on. The same concerns that we had with you know, all of April can persist through April. Probably even in some cases into early May and with some nesting species, I'm sure, but, so I'm not sure that that would alleviate a lot for me. It's, I think that there's a couple of, bigger underlying issues at hand. You know, we've got, I do think we need to require people to have hunting licenses. If, you know, if whatever's gonna impact our resident folks with a violation or demerit, there's a disincentive for others to comply. It's like you said, they don't care about 3 demerits. Even if we had 3 demerits, it's probably not enough, but they don't care. They don't have a license. There's no threat to them. Like you say, pick up a half dozen sheds, pay your $500 fine, and, you know, you walk out ahead every day, every time, so.
If you would like to have them required to have a hunting license, we can add that into this reg. But if you wanted it to say shed, antler, or some, that type of license, that would take change in NRS.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I would be interested in that. And, you know, and then, you know, discuss the demerits for sure.
I think also, I mean, if demerits are gonna be part of the penalties, it's gotta be a hunting license. Otherwise, we're just doing nothing.
And I think we've had that conversation before. I would be absolutely for requiring a hunting license, resident or non-resident, myself.
I agree. I think that having hunting license gives teeth to the idea that we are taking demerits. And I also am really interested in potentially opening up the NAC and evaluating that penalty as a whole. But that would give all of this a lot more to stand on. So I don't have, at this point, I don't have a lot of issue with what is written here, but I am very interested in potentially adding license or adding language pertaining to having a license, and then also looking at the other NAC. And also, I do, because of lekking season and sage grouse, we can have discussions about resident versus non-resident season, but also not very favorable to preceding May 1st. So I think that needs to be the start date, and wherever we go from there is fine.
Commissioner Young.
Yeah, I would second Commissioner Weiss on that. May 1st would be my earliest I'm comfortable with.
All right, so maybe Christie, next time, we don't need to take action, but I think you have the direction. We'd like to see the revised language you showed today, add in a component requiring a hunting license. It sounds like we want to leave the dates as currently written, and then maybe we'll look at that draft at the next commission meeting. Does it sound fair?
I just wish to clarify, is the license, could the license, Christie, be addressed under NAC, or does it have to be NRS?
If it's a hunting license, it could be addressed under NAC. If it's a new worded type license, like a shed antler license, that would have to be NRS.
And I just think a clean way to do it is just make it a hunting license. Yep. All right, are we good?
So does that help us out with our June meeting to get that, that R number, is that what you refer to it as? So okay.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, on to more fun stuff. Agenda item 12B, Commission General Regulation 519, waiting periods for bighorn sheep and mountain goat. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 502.345 and 502.364 that would adjust the waiting periods for Nelson bighorn sheep, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, California bighorn sheep, moose, and mountain goat to once in a customer's lifetime.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. So I'm here today to introduce proposed regulation that would amend the waiting periods for the 3 bighorn sheep subspecies and mountain goat to once in a person's lifetime. I believe, Commissioner or Chairman, you just said that moose was included, but moose has already been handled in a previous regulation That's already once in a lifetime.
Yeah, I was just reading the agenda item
Oh,
that
yeah.
was in there, so.
It's already established, so moose is not included in this one. But okay, this subject was brought to the Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee and discussed at 2 committee meetings. The topic of conversation was to remove those who have already had their shot at hunting sheep and mountain goat in Nevada from future pools of applicants, and remove potential for an application or an applicant to be awarded multiple of those coveted tags in their lifetime. So I do want to clarify that for sheep, it would be a lifetime per each subspecies. So again, for clarification, if a person drew a Rocky tag, they would still be eligible for the California and the Nelson. So that's not going to change. And then to assist the commission in discussion, there are an average of about 250 sheep tags offered yearly in Nevada for the past handful of years. So that number fluctuates every year, but for the sake of this discussion, kind of keep that number in mind, that the change would roughly affect 250 sheep tag holders every year. For goat, that has been like 8 to 12 on average. So the department has pulled 18 years worth of data to see how many people drew multiple of these tags. So that is a time frame from 2005 through 2023's draw season. So in a span of that 18-year period, 0 people drew a mountain goat tag twice, 0 people drew a Rocky tag twice, 1 person drew a California tag twice, and 16 people drew a Nelson tag twice. And these are rams, not ewes. So we do see single customers draw different subspecies over their lifetimes, but again, this regulation change would not prevent that from occurring. But I do have draw numbers related to that subject if the commission is interested in hearing those. But again, this change would not affect those numbers, so I don't know if it would be relevant at this time. So moving on. As of 2023, there are currently 3,170 customers in a RAM waiting period. 46 of those are for Rocky, 505 are for California, 2,619 are for Nelson, people all in the waiting period. And so I guess with that, I will give the floor back to the commission for deliberation. I'm here to answer any questions. And I also do have some bonus point data from the 2023's draw if that is necessary to assist in the conversation.
Thank you, Megan. And I'm the one who put this on the TAC committee agenda, and we had the 2 discussions, and we didn't get a lot of conversation. So I said, let's move it up to the commission level, and we got a lot of conversation, which I'm fine for. I mean, I'm good for it. The one thing I will say is I think a lot of people really focused on, like, we're trying to punish the people that have drawn a tag. We're trying to punish them, and the 18 people that drew twice, that's absolutely far from the intent of this. The intent of this is you pull your 250 people out of the draw every year, and this isn't a short-term solution, but long-term, long-term you end up, those people that compile every 250 every year, you will start changing the odds. What we do right now with the 10-year waiting period, we're basically the people we're taking out, we're putting back in every year. We've done it after the first 10 years went away. You basically stay static with that. And that's simple math. And then pretty soon here, we had over 300 sheep tags a few years ago. You look at what we're proposing tomorrow, pretty soon we're gonna be dumping more people back into the draw than we're gonna be taking out. And I think I got tons of phone calls, and everybody was laser focused on we're punishing the people that have drawn the 2 sheep tags, and absolutely not. I think you're missing the bigger picture. That's just my opinion on it. But, I'm glad we're having this bigger discussion. I think you look at I think Nevada's kind of late to the game just with the nature of our population base, the amount of tags we issue. But you look what some other states have done to try to make draw odds more amicable. And it's kind of one of those, at some point, you pick the least of your poison, I guess, because, you Epic Outdoors and Hunt Full and all of them talk about it. There becomes it's like the bonus point fatigue, right? And people start realizing, holy crap, I'm never going to draw a tag. Why even put in, right? Wyoming's in that boat now. Wyoming changed the game, and people are just dropping non-residents are just dropping completely out of the system. So that's why I put this on here, so we can open it up for more discussion. But that was my intent. Commissioner Walther.
I am not
stuff out there. You know, looking at specifically all the sheep species, I don't know that it's necessary for deserts. And I guess my concern really where that comes in is, you know, coming from having worked with NVU for a number of years, being a father, I'm worried about what this does to our recruitment and retention into building sportsmen and women that, you know, want to get heavily involved in the conservation end of our world. You know, I do have a few friends that drew these tags at 12 and 14, 15, and it's pure speculation, but I wonder, would they be as involved now in the guzzler builds, in the sheep world, if they still didn't have the chance to do it? I don't know the answer to that. The second component is the NVUs, the fraternity, the department itself. We get a lot of money because of our sheep tags and the opportunity to draw. Again, haven't had these discussions with those people, but I'm wondering if we're cutting out some of the deep pockets and donations when it's a one and done deal.
Yeah, and I think what other states have done is, you know, I'd have to look at our language, Megan, but you carve out the specialty tag, Silver State, Dream Tag. I think we have that now, like you're not in your waiting period. I think that language is already in there.
Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. The only specialty tag that uses or utilizes the waiting period is the Partnership in Wildlife, but the other three, the Heritage, Silver State, and Dream, do not.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Chairman, for bringing this subject matter to the table. So I was a no vote coming out of TAC. I'm probably still a no on it, but I appreciate the conversation coming forward because since then, I've done some research myself or, you know, with some of the application services, and we do have an issue when it comes to bonus points and the higher bonus point holders not drawing. If you really go through the math, which I have, I'm not the statistician, but I've with someone, and that is your 4 to 15 to 18 bonus point individuals, although you yourself going in with those have less of an odd as a 30 bonus point individual, the reality is you might draw because there's more bingo balls, for lack of a better word, in that little pool. So you do get past a certain point and they're not drawing. Now, some of that is because of their own choices, and that is putting the better units top only. I think that's pretty common. But I am definitely engaged and would like to continue this, potentially attack, as to really doing a deep dive on how we can increase. Because for myself, I don't know if I'm supportive on the once in a lifetime, because Commissioner Walters' comments, kind of they're out of the pool forever, maybe they don't get as engaged. But I think we do have a problem, one I'd like to look at, and I'm not going to go through all the different ideas that are floating out there to increase draw odds, but for an individual that has essentially been a consumer and putting in for years with the department, and they're 25, 30, they're probably a little older, I would like to help them draw versus someone on the bottom part draw. With that being said, I'm not a full preference point individual at all. I'm not trying to go that direction, so everyone calm down. But that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's a great conversation, and Chairman Cavilli is correct. Currently, we're not gaining anything. We're only losing because more people are putting in, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I guess, I'll just speak to Commissioner Walters' comment, because I know we got a letter from all the NGOs, and they're going to come up and speak on it, but I think the world of the NGOs, and I'm members of multiples of them, but I don't agree with their thought process on this. If anything, I think people, and I've done a lot of sheep hunting too, that people get more engaged after they've drawn their sheep tag. It's not that I'm not gonna go volunteer for an NGO because I think I'm gonna get another sheep tag. It's that first sheep tag that gets them kind of hooked on it. And if you get out of one, you draw your desert in Nevada, you could still go get a California, you could still go apply for a Rocky, right? There's nothing precluding you from doing that, what we're proposing. But I respectfully have to disagree with their argument, you know, and I think the world of those organizations, but I had Megan provide this for me. It wasn't in the documents provided today, but just for reference, in 2003, total applicants, and I don't know if we had bonus point only back then or not, but total applicants for desert bighorn sheep residents was 5,582. Last year, applications for tags was 12,122. And then the bonus point only draw, the department doesn't have it broken out, but it was 13,406. So the growth on it is substantial, and our tag numbers aren't gonna, I don't foresee in the immediate future getting any better. And in the last recent history was probably some of the glory days. I don't know when we'll get back to those glory days for tag numbers, so that's why I put it out there. Yeah, because what we're doing now it's not helping anything, in my opinion. And once in a lifetime I think most states actually have once in a lifetime on sheep. There's more states that have once in a lifetime on sheep tags than there is that don't. And I don't foresee any of those states having issues getting volunteers to help on any of their volunteer projects. That part of the argument I don't agree with. And I've let those individuals know that too. This isn't a surprise to them, so. Commissioner Booth.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Walters' comment about participation. I think it may lead to non-participation. I also think that with your states with once-in-a-lifetime draw, the difference there, I think, is that we are a gambling state, and the anticipation of hitting the lottery is in all of us, in all of our constituents. So the idea of me getting a grand slam, there's always a slim chance, but I'm anticipating that it's going to happen, and it may be this year. So I'm suggesting that we leave it as it is. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Barnes.
All right, I guess I'll jump in on this too. And you did get some discussion. You accomplished your purpose there.
Yep.
Because I did get quite a few comments on this, but I kind of aligned myself with Commissioner Booth as well. You know, I think the process we have now, it's not perfect, but it seems to be working, and there's always that little bit of hope to, not only to get your first one, but you get your second one too. So, I wouldn't be opposed to sending it back to the committee to see what else they could come up with to increase the odds for those high point holders, but the way it sits right now, well, I guess I'm not in favor of this, and I'd be good sticking with the old system until we can come up with something better.
And we did have that discussion about trying to change, we had a petition about trying to change the draw odds for the higher point people. I just want to remind everybody, it went down in smoke. So there was a different commission at that time, but it was a unanimous down in smoke, so. Any additional commission comments? All right, with that, I'll take it out for cab comment.
Kevin Carr, Douglas County. Douglas County does not support Regulation 519. We know sheep hunters face tough odds, but they still have hope. A lifetime ban takes away that hope, especially hunters that cannot afford to hunt in other states and countries for sheep. Sheep hunters are the largest fundraisers for wildlife in Nevada. Who knows what unintended consequences there might be with a lifetime ban? Thank you.
Ted McIlvain, Lander County Cab. The Lander Cab hasn't voted on this. We had some discussion, but a couple of the concerns was that lucky 12-year-old kid, he draws that tag, his first year out. You add this to it, he doesn't get another chance. you don't want to really put that in his face today and say, you can't ever draw another sheep tag, you know, other than Californian or Rocky. Well, there's some of us in this room that's been putting in for that Rocky tag for as long as we've been here, you know, so he's probably not ever going to draw that. So that's where I stand on it.
Ryan Brown, Reno Cab. We voted that we were on board with the Rockies, the Californias, and the Mountain Goat, just because there's so few tags. Nelson's, for right now, we'd like to see it remain open and not once in a lifetime.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine Cab. We were the same as Washoe, other than we would like to see some numbers ran to break away some of them high point holders for the deserts and take a percentage of the tags, just number wise, to see what that would do. And then break them apart, and you're talking to people that have 25 points or more to try to help them out, but we're all for the other three to be once in a lifetime.
For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. The Elko Cab was opposed to the regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Additional cab comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom?
Yeah, this is Jamie Halpin, Eureka Cab. We had some good discussions, and we don't necessarily support the, as it's written with the deserts, but we were in support of the Californias, Rockies, and Mountain Goats. Thanks.
Okay, all right, we'll take it to public comment in Reno.
Tom Fennell, Board of Directors for Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. Good job on getting the conversation started on it. I think we've gotten a lot of NGOs and a lot of people involved, and frankly, probably should have been more involved at a TAC committee level early on. You know, we submitted a letter that I believe everybody on the commission had seen that was signed on to by MBU Reno, Fraternity of Desert Bighorn, MBU Fallon, MBU Midas, Elko Bighorns Unlimited, Coalition, and a couple of the cabs. Anecdotally, I haven't really spoken with many sportsmen or women that are in support of the current change, and I think that we definitely value the concept of looking at the issue, and would like to basically bring it back to a TAC committee level, especially when considering just the impacts that I think have been discussed that we agree with the concerns in the engagement with our youth. And from a long-term standpoint, I think there is some unintended consequences that will be a result there. Our volunteer efforts ultimately result in a significant monetary impact, not only through Pittman-Robertson money, but just raised within the state. And that potential of drawing a tag long-term, I think, does have a direct impact on our youth and our long-term volunteers and their engagement in that resource. So I think, you know, we would be in favor of looking at a lot of other levers to pull. There may be some ways to look at more of a carrot than a stick approach. I do understand that a lot of the other states have once-in-a-lifetime tags, but I think we have to take our state into context, being that in the lower 48, we really have the highest sheep numbers and sheep tags, so we are a bit of a unique situation as compared to other states. We have an extremely fair draw system as it is. And the other thing that although our tag numbers are not where certainly we would like to see them now, we do have a large amount of expansion potential still within the state. So from an optimistic point of view, I think there's other things that we can do to not only benefit tag numbers, but just sheep populations as a whole, if that's our concern. So we just don't feel like in its current form, I think it's got unintended consequences, and we would appreciate the ability to take this back to a TAC committee level, and I think there's all of those sportsman groups have committed to be engaged in that discussion and provide input and try to figure out a good solution. So, thank you.
Additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Wise.
I'm clearly less familiar with this issue, but I mean, I don't know if it happens here or at a TAC committee level, but I think, and maybe you guys have looked at this in TAC, but really get an idea of what we're looking at in terms of numbers, how these values are shifting, and what the repercussions of these potential changes in TAG numbers are over time. I know we said we're kind of trying to get ahead of potential issues with the number of bonus points and the number of people applying, and it might give me at least a clearer picture, and maybe some others, if we could look at what we're actually talking about there. That's really all I got right now.
Yeah, and just for reference, looking at our proposed tags this year with the number of applicants, if we didn't add anybody else and took everybody out, it'd take 82 years for everybody to get a sheep tag. And granted, everybody's not gonna get a sheep tag, but,
And that's the unfortunate part, right? I mean, people are gonna die without getting the tags that they want. And Commissioner Young mentioned, you know, some of that's, you know, folks that are putting in for that one special area, one special choice, you know, so that's kind of a complicating thing for me is, you know, you see people putting in, you know, every choice that they can get, really just trying to get the opportunity, really take advantage of an opportunity, whereas others are truly trying to make it a once in a lifetime, and they're gonna do it their way. That's hard to reconcile, because it's no less important or more important for one or the other. It's just how they're choosing to go about it, and how do you balance that? You know, the people that are putting in, they're really telling you, hey, I'll do anything for a tag, whereas there's some folks that are probably saying, you know, I'll wait for the perfect one. And you know, we all make decisions, we all have choices, and you know, I had an uncle over in California that was 44 years before he drew an antelope tag, and he was almost 90 when he got it. So, you know, he got lucky, I guess.
any additional questions or comments, or let it die?
Well, I don't know about let it die just yet. I'd like to gauge the commission, or I should say TAC committee as well, on having an open discussion on, and really doing a deep dive on, again, I don't want to sit here for 5 minutes to go through all the different scenarios that we can do, but to kind of get in a room and have Megan and her team and go through the statistics and get to a result. And I, with that being said, would like and appreciate the engagement from NBU and the coalition, everyone, but would really like them to continue to stay involved, because, and this is for a lot of things, we hear about it kind of later, and they were on the TAC committee, but I'd like everyone to stay involved, because these could be huge changes. And I just want to make sure everyone knows I'm open to have that conversation and put that work in, but I want everyone at the table, because there are things we can do, including this. You know, I'd like to see the stats on this as well, to improve our high bonus point holders. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I mean, that was my, if the people that were at TAC, if they remember, I said, we weren't getting any discussion. This is a massive proposal, so that's why I said we'll bring it up here. So, I mean, I don't have any problem bringing it back to TAC. I just would ask that people, I guess, pay attention. But I know, I mean, we've said it before, that the committees don't get near the attention the commission does, and I understand that too, but a lot of this stuff does start in TAC. So.
Yeah, I have to concur. I really think this warrants more discussion, and I think now everybody is aware and involved. So it seems like taking it back to TAC and really diving into all of those potential options is really the best bet. I don't think it should die here. I think we should talk more about it, but maybe it needs to happen at that level now that everyone is participating.
Well, it would die here today.
Dang.
All right, with that, I just think we're not going to take action on item 12B go to agenda item number 12C, Commission General Regulation 522 E-Tag Regulation, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi. The commission will review language amending Nevada Administrative Code 502 that would update the process related to use of game tags in the field and allow the department to offer game tags in an electronic format.
Thank you again, Chairman. Members of the commission, management analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. Okay, so this agenda item, I will be presenting to the commission and public regulations that will allow for an electronic tag or e-tag option. So the regulation language change you see before you is another step towards the process to allow for a future e-tag option in Nevada and to our holders, our tag holders. In the 81st legislative session, Senate Bill 406 passed, allowing for a game tag to be issued in an electronic format. Since then, the department has had many conversations with our licensing vendor and has reached out or researched about 30 other states who have implemented an e-tag or e-licenses, asking for their recommendations along with pros and cons of the implementation. We have also held many internal meetings around how the department envisions an e-tag, its functionality, and how law enforcement division will handle encountering an e-tag in the field. But before any of those visions can become reality, we need to know the boundaries we will be working within a set regulation. So some of the things that we are considering as a requirement in the e-tag functionality include accessing and validating the e-tag while outside of cellular service. So most of Nevadans know that cell reception in some areas of the state is choppy, unreliable, or non-existent. So this is important for our customers to be able to access and interact with the e-tag outside of reliable cell service. So along with the functioning outside of cell service is automatically uploading the validation data into our AMS system once the customer's phone is back within cell service. The completion of the validation will display what we are calling a validation code to the tag holder. This code will be utilized by tag holders, the taxidermist, the transporter, and the meat processor as a replacement to the physical portion of the tag that is utilized in the current paper tag process. This code will also be used by wardens in the field to verify if a tag is quote-unquote punched. This electronic validation of a tag can only be completed one time per tag as well. So there will also be need for a customer to display and access multiple tags held by that customer, as we do allow a customer to hold one tag of each species in 1 year as they are eligible to do so. This multi-tag display and access would also include lion tags. So most of the functionality that I've mentioned on the slide is not something that needs to be added to regulation change, but gives a glimpse into what the department is considering as we take steps towards to an e-tag option for our customers in collaboration with our licensing vendor, Gordon Darby. The proposed changes to Nevada Administrative Code in this language provided in support materials include the creation and use of validation code as an alternative to the physical paper tag needed to be kept with portions of the harvested animal. So if the tag holder was to leave the general area of the harvested head and meat, it would be required to attach the validation code to the animal. The tag holder would also provide the validation code to the transporter or taxidermist as they leave the animal in another person's possession. That also includes a meat processor as well. So the validation code must be legible to anyone needing to access or reference it. So the department is less concerned about how it is attached to the animal or shared with your transporter, so long as it can be read. So as in, if you plan to write it on something, please take your time to write it down. No scribbling. Whatever you are writing on cannot be removed, rubbed off, destroyed by rain, mud, blood, oil, grease, ash, your daughter's color crayons. You get the picture. It needs to be legible. That's what's important. So this might already also be assumed, but a smartphone will be needed to interact with an e-tag, and the e-tag will need to be accessed through a phone app. So this is not a website. If you do not have a smartphone or are uncomfortable using smartphone apps, we highly suggest sticking with the paper tag option. Also, for the record, the establishment of an e-tag does not mean that paper tags are going away. They are still going to be an option for our customers. Okay, we are limiting customers able to switch to and from formats. So if a paper format is elected by a customer, they are sticking with that paper format for the duration of the hunt season and vice versa. If you choose E-tag, you're sticking with E-tag. So a person must be able to access their E-tag while in the field and still have on their possession the ability to access the E-tag. The department understands that some junior hunters do not have smartphones, so a guardian will be allowed to access the tag from a smartphone for their junior that they are physically accompanying in the field who may not own their own smartphone to carry on themselves. Physically accompany also is a proposed definition of being present with the hunter, trapper, angler during said activity, and that can also be found in the regulation language. So a few notable changes to this regulation include a witness will no longer be required when transferring the harvested animal to the transporter. The transporter will no longer need to provide a form of identification in order to transport the animal. A transporter will no longer be required to retain a transportation permit for 1 full year after the animal has been dropped off at its designated location. I'm curious to know how many people listening knew that regulation existed and followed it, but regardless, the answer, we are proposing it be removed. So one of the bigger changes relate to the transportation permits. So a transportation permit will no longer be offered with the game tag, and this goes for paper tags as long as E-tags. So if passed, the tag holder will need to provide the transporter, the tag holder's name, tag number, client ID, validation code if the format is an E-tag, name of the person transporting the animal, and physical characteristics of the animal. So a picture here will not suffice. The physical characteristics will need to be written and legible in some format. So the department does plan on offering a printable form that can be used to the hunter if they plan to utilize a transportation or a transporter, but this form is not necessary so long as all that criteria is given to the transporter at the time. And the proposed language also lifts a limitation for the tag holder to take their harvested animals to a taxidermist within the state. So the department saw this as a limitation to our non-resident tag holders with no real understanding as to why that limit was included in the regulation to begin with. It was also seen as a discrepancy between meat processors and taxidermists, as there was no or not a similar limitation to using a meat processor within the state. Okay, so one portion of the development will be how the e-tagging process will look in the field. So part of that vision includes allowing a tag holder to select the correct tag they wish to validate, answer a series of questions related to the unit, date of harvest, animal characteristics, and questions that a hunter is asked when completing their harvest survey. Submission of answers will produce a validation code that can be attached to the animal and provided to a warden, transporter, meat processor, or taxidermist as necessary. So we do also plan to incorporate a validation of an E-tag as an equivalent of completing a harvest survey. So if a customer selects E-tag as their tag format and successfully harvests in the field, which we're punching, that E-tag produces a validation code. That customer will not have to complete the harvest survey at a later time. I will note here that customers who are unsuccessful or do not attempt to hunt will still be required to submit a harvest survey online and on time. Okay, so key points of functionality of the validation of a tag have been discussed with our licensing vendor. The development of the functionality will take time, and passage of this regulation will not mean availability of an E-tag option for the 2025 season. So as with any new programs, there will be kinks and issues that will need to be found and addressed before a large rollout to the public. So the plan for the E-tag option will be to roll it out in small portion of users during a season before offering it to every tag holder. So examples of a small portion of users could be, turkey tag holders, mountain lion tag holders, or even like a season of first come, first serve. So which small portion of users really depends upon the time it will take to develop compared to the time of season we are in when functionality becomes ready. And the department estimates about 6 months of development work to create the E-tag, the app, and their functionality, along with 2 full months of time for department staff to test it. So with that, I do not apologize for making everybody ready for dinner with my presentation. But I'm happy to be the one to present this, this change, and we'll take any questions that the commission may have.
I have a couple to start with, Megan. So so Calcami, they're gonna have to create an app, I would guess, for
Correct.
the different operating systems for this.
Yes, it will be some sort of phone application, completely separate from our storefront that you see on our website.
And then are we gonna have to pay Calcami? Is that included in Calcami's contract, or is this gonna be an add-on to their?
So in our current contract, we do have what we are calling a change order, so large, I guess, large projects such as this one would be an extra cost to the department, but it's not anything different than what our current contract has.
And then I guess just reading through it, like I'm reading through here, when you get to I'm just trying to make sure I wrap my head around the process, like attachment of tag or permit to the animal, NAC 502-400 on page 3. So you're gonna validate it on your phone, get a validation code, but then I guess the way I read that, you're gonna have to bring a piece of paper or tape or something to write that code on and attach it to the carcass, is that?
Yes, if you were to leave the possession of the carcass, that will need to happen, yes.
Yeah, I mean, because the way I read it, even it doesn't even read to me like you're leaving possession of the carcass. It's like when you tag it, you're gonna have to have that validation code on the animal.
I might need to phone a friend with law enforcement division, but I do believe the intent is if the animal is in the possession of the tag holder, that it would be acceptable to not have that need to attach the tag, but before I confirm that, I want to confirm that.
Christy, I think I can help you. So I think the way we drafted it, and I recall discussions, that excuse me, what are we calling it? So the validation code would have to be attached regardless of whether it left your possession or not. That would be a requirement. Once you punch that E-tag on your phone, then you also just have a little piece of yellow tape or something and put it on your horns. So it was a requirement regardless of whether you left the animal or not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading that correctly. Commissioner Young, I know you had a.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So there's two different options, correct? The original form and then the E-tag form with the validation code. As to the hunter questionnaire, I know we addressed in January meeting, the E-tag option would solve that issue, correct? And the issue is the hunter questionnaire information was coming in late February. At least I think that's an issue. I'd like to give the department the information as soon as possible. However, what about if they stick with the old system as to the hunter questionnaire situation?
Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. So that would be up to the commission on if you would like to amend the dates where the harvest questionnaire is due. So yes, the E-tag option would solve that. It would be an instantaneous, as soon as they were back in cellular service, the department would have access to the harvest survey. But it also depends on how many of our customers select E-tag options and how much of that instantaneous data we would be receiving. So that's still a bit unknown. But regarding if we want the harvest surveys submitted earlier, we can definitely change that in regulation at a future date, but that is the prerogative of the commission to do so.
And I just have a question. It's kind of a funny one, but it's not. But on this app, are you gonna ask for the location as well, so you get a pin of where they kill the animal?
I don't know yet.
Because I know guys are not gonna want that, or gals. I'm just bringing it out, but just.
Can I speak to that issue? Because that was one of the ideas I highly supported, but it was shut down mightily by others. So I think the answer is, under this E-tag regulation, that information is not provided to the department. But you should be clear, say there's a poaching investigation, there may be the accessibility through law enforcement with a properly issued warrant to access that information. But the department, under this current regulation, despite my objections, says no. And I think it's because nobody trusts the department or anybody with their information about where they shoot an animal or
No,
harvest it.
everything's a super secret, so, yeah.
I would support that information not being available because less people would want to do it realistically.
Exactly.
Yeah, no one would want to go there.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So thanks, Megan. In your discussions with the other states that have implemented this, like, I'm sure you addressed it here, but what were their challenges? And then also, what is the participation rate that they've seen?
Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. Participation rates depended on the state. Oregon has had this in, I guess, implemented for, the most years, and they've seen a lot of success. They said that when it was initially rolled out, I want to say about 35% of their users selected it, and every year it's grown tremendously. And so one of the challenges we have gathered was the option in some systems for an individual to, validate the tag and then do so in an airplane mode or some sort of thing, and then, reverse it or delete it. And so the tag would basically acted like it was never validated. And so that was one of the things kind of high on our lists of we don't want to allow that to happen. So, but yeah, I want to say that was one of the main ones, but I will defer to, Dag Burkett, because him and his staff had also reached out and did a lot of research on behalf of the department, so.
Right on. Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, and I think that, the devil would be in the details too, is having an app, because even some of the mapping software that we all use, if you don't plan ahead when you have phone service, when you get out of phone service, it doesn't work right? So that would be, on that app, you'd have to make the users like extremely aware of the requirements ahead of going out in the field. That's the only issue I see too, but. Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment in Reno. Any cab comment in Reno? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? All right, any public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. It's a workshop. Yep. Commissioner Barnes.
I guess the only comment I have is that I'm glad there's still a paper option.
Commissioner Keel.
Okay, with that, I'll move Commission General Regulation 522 electronic tags towards the second workshop.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Young. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers absent. All right, agenda item number 13, Law Enforcement Division Overview Informational. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight, Captain Jake Kramer, Lieutenant Chris Walther, Lieutenant John Anderson, Lieutenant Wes Coons, Ted Leinard, and Susan Carrillo. A presentation will be provided on Law Enforcement Division programs.
Good afternoon, Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. I'll go ahead and introduce the team first, and then we'll get into the presentation, and they each have a part of the presentation to talk about. Over there is Captain Jake Kramer, he's out of Reno. Lieutenant Chris Walther, he's out of Las Vegas. Lieutenant Investigator John Anderson out of Panaca. Lieutenant Wes Coons out of Reno, Lieutenant Jason Jackson out of Elko, Dispatch Supervisor Susan Carrillo, and then Radio Communications Supervisor Ted Leanhard. So we'll start it off with the mission statement of the Division of Law Enforcement. The mission of the Division of Law Enforcement of the Nevada Department of Wildlife is to protect and manage the wildlife resources and provide for the public safety and protection of life and property of residents and visitors of the state of Nevada through enforcement of wildlife and boating safety laws. We are highly trained, dedicated to service and education, technologically advanced, and respond rapidly to change. We strive every day to exceed expectations as we accomplish our mission through enabling qualified, motivated, committed, and professional game wardens to patrol the mountains, desert, and waterways in Nevada, consistently earning the public's trust as we protect their wildlife resources and enforce the wildlife and boating safety laws. When we are fully staffed, we have 41 game wardens, 3 captains, 3 investigators, which include 1 lieutenant investigator, 3 regional lieutenants, 10 field game wardens in the western region, 7 field game wardens in the eastern region, 14 field game wardens in the southern region, 1 chief, 3 administrative assistants, 5 dispatchers, and 2 radio technicians. Currently, we have 1 captain out of 3, 2 investigators out of 3, 3 regional lieutenants out of 3, 8 western region field wardens out of 10, 7 eastern region field wardens out of 7, 6 southern region field wardens out of 14. 1 of the 6 is currently in field training, 1 chief, 3 administrative assistants, 4 dispatchers out of 5, and 2 radio technicians. So we are the face of the department. We're the ones that actually usually have the most contact with the public. So we have a little video here to start it off.
Sitting pretty good, high on a hill, looking at a field downwind. If I can make a nickel off of turning in bass, never worry about the price of gas. I've been wheeling and dealing and sitting there reeling them in. Hunting, fishing, loving every day. That's the prayer that a country boy prays. Thank God he made me this way. Hunting and fishing and loving every day. Early in the morning, late in the evening, I'm doing Red Dirt Ridge and Flare River Pay. Hunting, fishing, loving every day.
So the programs we'll discuss today is enforcement, wildlife and boating, urban wildlife, Operation Game Thief, guides, investigations, training, radios, and dispatch. And the first one up is wildlife enforcement, and that will be Lieutenant Jason Jackson.
Just briefly, I have a couple cases that I'm going to read to you guys. They're both still currently.
PowerPoint, it's in the PowerPoint.
Oh, PowerPoint. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself. Jason Jackson for the record. Thank you, Chair. Wildlife enforcement. So what do we do? Patrol, compliance and license checks, hunting, fishing, trapping, all that's involved. Big, major case investigations, small case investigations also involved. Hunting accidents, we're also called to investigate. Education, on the education side, we step into schools and through community relation, we also teach hunter education courses in our local communities. Something that in the years past, in my 20 years as a game warden, I prided myself in teaching hunter education, get to see a lot of these young hunters come onto the scene. Especially in the field, also contacting these first-time hunters in the field is probably one of my most past enjoyable, when I was in the field a lot, portions of my job, so. Patrol areas, as far as the state is a very large state, Nevada's largest state in the continental US, states for public lands, 109,894 square miles of open land, 2,750 miles of flowing streams, and 667 square miles of surface water. The patrol areas that we patrol range from 3,235 square miles to close to 10,000 square miles. My old patrol area in Area 6 was about 9,000 square miles, so just one warden. While on wildlife patrol, one of the best things and most interesting things is you never know what's going to be around the next corner, so it keeps it interesting, right? You never know who or what you will potentially encounter. Your backup, if there is any, could be potentially hours away or miles and miles away. So we have to act to make quick decisions, or we can take the decision to potentially come back if we have enough information. Large camp, large investigation, do we need to go in there and take care of stuff, or can we hold back, wait until backup or other wardens or whatever we need to make those decisions. We don't have to go in there hot, so. This was a specific circumstance where the warden did react. Just play. And with this specific case, Christy just told me we just got a decision that the subject was sentenced to 19 to 48 months in prison for what he did there, all because a game warden saw a plume of smoke and decided to go investigate and take the initiative to, get in there and make a difference. So once again, it comes back to you never know what's going to be around the next corner or on the next mountaintop or in the next canyon, right? Couple of case highlights. Now I'm ready for the cases. So the first one I'm going to talk about, and these are both currently ongoing. So I'll talk about our decoy operation first. Back on October 7, 2023, Andale Game Wardens initiated a mule deer decoy operation in an area where two separate hunt boundaries come together on each side of the main county road. Hunt unit on the north side is associated with Hunt Area 6, and the south side is Area 7. The road had been determined to be a main or general county road by the Elko County maps. The specific area chosen for the decoy operation has been known to be a problem area in the past for nighttime hunters and other violations such as shooting from the roadway and other multiple violations in the past. The location of the decoy was approximately 50 yards off the main roadway and placed to provide a substantial backstop if it was shot at, so it had plenty of backstop in behind it. The deer decoy that was utilized was a small frame, non-trophy class 4-point mule deer. The decoy operation commenced at approximately 4:30 p.m. on this day and continued till approximately 9 p.m. at night. During this time frame, 5 separate vehicles were documented driving by the decoy without stopping and or noticing the decoy. At approximately 7:30 p.m. and well after dark, a 6th vehicle drove by the decoy and stopped, with its headlights facing towards shining on the decoy. Upon stopping the vehicle, the warden near the decoy observed a muzzle flash and then heard a report of a large caliber rifle, shortly followed by another report from another rifle. The warden's view of the shooters was obscured due to darkness and the position of the vehicle between him and on the roadway. He couldn't see the shooters or who they were. Ultimately, it was determined in this case that two separate individuals chose to shoot at the deer decoy from the main roadway. They did exit the vehicle before shooting. However, it was determined that they both shot at the deer from the roadway. It was also determined that two persons that chose to shoot at the deer had mule deer tags for Area 7. The decoy had been placed in Area 6, hunting out a unit. It was ultimately determined that two shooters committed multiple violations by attempting to take a deer with artificial light and after legal hunting hours. They also shot from the roadway and attempted to take a deer outside the prescribed hunting unit on their tags. There was also a loaded firearm found in the vehicle on the backside of the passenger seat. At this time, only one of the three individuals that were charged in this case pled guilty to a gross misdemeanor for attempted unlawful take of a big game animal under NRS 501-376. The other individuals in this case, one is a juvenile. Charges have been sent to Elko County Juvenile Justice Court. Juvenile was also one that had been charged with shooting at the deer decoy. The third person in this case who charges were filed against was the driver of the vehicle, who held a small spotlight out of the window, shining it on the deer as the other two people shot at a deer decoy. Charges were filed against this individual for aiding and abetting, the others with the attempt to unlawfully take a big game animal. This subject recently pled not guilty on Monday, and this case will potentially go to jury trial in Elko County. That's it for our decoy operation. The decoy was a success. We've done them in the past. We've had a little bit of success with other animals. Chukar decoy in Lander County that was successful. This deer decoy has been deployed that I know of maybe 6 to 10 times. Our district attorneys are on board. Majority of the attorneys now are on board with these decoy operations. So it's maybe something that us game wardens will get to do more of in the future. So that's it for that case. I'm going to move on to another case that is currently ongoing. This case involved back in November 2022, a Nevada game warden received information regarding a person or persons that had possibly illegally shot a mountain lion out of a leg hold trap. The reporting party had been lion hunting in the area and was trailing a mountain lion track. The party had to remove 2 of his hunting dogs from leg hold traps. During and after the removal of one of his dogs from the traps, he noticed indications around 1 or 2 of the traps that indicated that potentially there had been a mountain lion caught or captured in those leg hold traps prior to him being there. He looked at the scratch marks and bite marks and indications on the trees that were near there and thought maybe a lion had been caught. He got suspicious and then he decided to look at the traps, get some names for the game warden, and provided that to us and called and provided information for us. Game wardens responded to the location and observed also possible evidence that mountain lions had been in a leg hold trap at some point. Evidence was collected and secured. Further investigations on social media posts led to an open forum that suggested 2 mountain lions were harvested near this area. They were possibly called in during a predator hunt. Multiple search warrants were completed and phone records on which other significant evidence was secured in this case. Records checks provided information that one of the mountain lion tags and hunting license had been recently purchased around the time the reporting party had observed the indications of a lion being in those traps near that area and in the same town, I guess. Trappers have a legal responsibility in the state of Nevada under Nevada Rise statute to notify an agent of NDOW and report any and all unintentional captures of mountain lions in traps. Through a record search, we were not able to find any information that was turned into this specific office that anyone had called in and said that they had a lion in a trap. Some lions get captured in traps and they get out. The people don't even know that they have had caught a mountain lion. So there are those instances, but we believed in this instance that somebody knew that there was lions in those traps. So further investigations and search warrants revealed with cell phone evidence that suggested one of the mountain lions that had been harvested prior to a valid tag being purchased. During search warrants, a confession was obtained in this case that verified this potential evidence and charges were filed. One of the charges is it's unlawful to harvest or kill a big game animal that is detained or captured in a trap. Also, in this case, we chose to take DNA comparisons with the tissues that we collect when the mountain lions are brought into our offices. We take a tongue and or tissue sample and tooth sample. During the search warrants, we were able to collect traps from the suspects, and then we took DNA from the traps that we seized in the search warrant, and also compare those to the tissues that we got from the mountain lions that we had already obtained from those mountain lions being sealed. Those came back as one matched. The tissue matched one of the traps that we collected DNA evidence from, and also another trap matched the other traps. So there was two different separate distinct matches there for DNA testing. Other charges filed in this case were unlawful killing of big game, unlawful manner of take of a big game animal, aid and abet in the unlawful killing of big game, failure to notify the Department of Accidental Trapping of a mountain lion, destruction of evidence, obstruct, hinder, or delay an investigation, and unlawful use of a trail camera during closure. This case has not been heard of as of this date. A preliminary hearing has been extended by the district attorney, which is to occur at a later date. Multiple other cases that are still current and ongoing that we can't really provide much information about, but this is just a brief on either both of these cases. If you have any questions that I could potentially answer then without giving names, dates, all that stuff, I'd be more than happy to.
I want to thank you, Mr. Jackson, for working with the hunter education program. I mean, years ago, I worked with Tyler Turnipseed, and I thought the idea of changing kids' attitude towards law enforcement was invaluable, because then during the classroom, they saw that they were there to help you. So I thank you and your fellow wardens that work with hunter education.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Game Warden Lieutenant Chris Walther, Southern Region out of Las Vegas. As you know, Las Vegas is our primary job for game wardens. Approximately 6 to 8 months out of the year is recreational boating enforcement and safety. Number of patrols, Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, through the Colorado River and Laughlin, which gets very busy during the course of the summer, and especially during the holiday weekends. Obviously, patrol, vessel safety inspections are a priority. Special events, we run approximately river closures for, we just did 2 fireworks shows for the Avi Casino down in Laughlin, which is a Native American casino, and they often have fireworks shows, so we're responsible for permitting the shows as well as closing that section of the river to keep recreational boating traffic out of the way and make sure that there's no safety issues during the course of that show. Boating accident investigations on Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and the Colorado River in Laughlin are a huge aspect of what we do down there. All of our wardens have been through basic vessel investigation course as well as advanced vessel investigations, which the dynamics of doing a vessel incident investigation are extremely difficult due to the dynamics of it being on the water and everything moving and nothing staying in one spot. So sometimes they can be very difficult to do. Our OUI enforcement is also a large part of our patrols in the summertime, Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and the Colorado River. It seems that alcohol and boats go hand in hand. We have seen a lot less of that over the years than we used to, but it's still prevalent and evident on the waters. Search and rescue, we work closely with National Park Service for any incidents that involve missing boaters, skiers, or swimmers. And we are usually the primary resource for on-the-water investigations, and we utilize, whether it be advanced marine electronics or so much as using Onyx maps to just do track our search patterns, which works very well. We can then download those into CVA format, Excel format, send those to the incident command, and they can see where we have searched and where we have not. So those take a lot of hours from the wardens, and we had one particular search last year that I think we reached temperatures of 120 degrees, and we had wardens on the water for 10 to 12 hours at a time with very little downtime between shifts before we went back out to search. And we did find that individual. I was part of the IC on that, and we did drift calculations as well as decomposition body float rates. We predicted within 2 hours of when that body would surface and where it would surface, and we found that. So it's a lot of work by everybody, but it's tough, but it's rewarding when you can provide that closure to the family. And then education. We have a very strong boating education proponent, especially out of Las Vegas. And the wardens do a great job on the water, educating recreational boaters as to the requirements. We've had a large abundance of new boats being purchased since COVID, and we've got a lot of new boaters. I don't want to say they don't have any business being on the water, but it's our job to keep them safe and to educate them. You know, and our one of our talking points to them is be an educated operator of a motor vehicle, be an educated operator of a vessel. And then community relations. We try to, with my staff in Vegas right now, we're 50%. It's difficult. But we try to do everything we can, whether it be ride-alongs, school events, National Night Out. We always try to participate in, so it's busy. Vegas is busy for us. Again, patrol areas, 667 miles of surface water. Rumor being that Lake Mead is dried up. I can assure you there's plenty of water out there and plenty of water for things to go wrong. Lake Mojave stays fairly consistent. In the Colorado River, we get a large influx of Southern California people who want to recreate, which creates an issue for us. Obviously, Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, Colorado River, Lake Tahoe, and Lahontan. I have not had the privilege of patrolling on Lake Tahoe. Apparently, it's going to be too cold for me, from what I understand. And then Wild Horse and South Fork over in Elko County. So the one case I want to talk about real briefly is a kayak incident that occurred at South Fork almost 1 year ago, this May, actually 1 year ago towards the end of May. It was an unfortunate incident, and unfortunately we didn't have a warden on the water at the time. And even if we did, we couldn't have prevented this from happening. But due to the exorbitant amount of water that had flown into South Fork Reservoir, there was an extreme flow at the one end of the dam at the outflow. There was a female individual, I believe in her 20s, who was kayak fishing. Her father was on the bank. Her father proceeded to hook up with a fish, yelled over to the daughter to come over and check it out. As she was paddling over, she paddled too close to the outflow of that reservoir and proceeded to get sucked down the spillway. The kayak pinned against the buoy, and in doing so, the water flipped the kayak over. She was able to remove herself from the kayak, but then got sucked down the spillway. During this time of the high water flow, fortunately, they had opened up the, for lack of a better term, lock or gate to let more water out. Probably the only reason she survived, but she actually went under the water, got pulled through the lock, and popped out the other side, suffered only minor scratches and bruises. Game Warden Thomas Hamlin was patrolling about 10 miles away, heard the call on his radio through Elko County 911, responded. She had been pulled from the water by her family member. Her father ran down, was able to pull her from the water. She was then transported to the hospital in Elko. Game Warden Thomas Hamlin followed up, got statements. Unfortunate incident. Resulting in this was a communication between NDOW and the agency that is responsible for the placement of those buoys. Those buoys then got placed further out to potentially prevent this from happening again. So this was an incident that could have ended terribly. She survived. And you would think a very simple day of kayak fishing on South Fork Reservoir is not, can be that threatening, but obviously it can. Fortunately, she was wearing a life jacket, which probably helped her to an extent. And then the second incident was a double fatality that occurred out at Lake Mead last August of 2023. This was a terrible incident that unfortunately had to do with operation under the influence of a vessel. We had 2 individuals killed from that. Game wardens were called out at approximately 8 o'clock at night, regardless of the fact that it doesn't matter what time of day it is, but it was dark out. Everything had moved. It was mass chaos and pandemonium trying to figure out what actually happened, gather all the evidence. So I won't go into too many details of that incident, but that was a very trying incident for all the Southern Region staff as we had to do the vessel reconstruction after the fact. One of the vessels was completely covered in human matter. Other than that, I appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them now. Otherwise, thank you.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Wes Coons out of Reno. As we know, urban issues are becoming more and more prevalent, as discussed this morning. This call here, or this photo of this lion in a tree, was an actual call that law enforcement received regarding a lion in a tree. We take those calls very seriously, but you show up and then you get this, right? So you never know what you're gonna get. Urban wildlife calls, dispatch receives roughly 250 to 300 calls per month regarding urban wildlife. 2 days ago, in fact, dispatch, Susan can attest, received a call from 13 individuals as well as Nevada State Police regarding a goose and her goslings on Highway 80 at 5-8 intersection. Nevada State Police had no idea how to get these things off, so we had to dispatch a warden over there to try to assist. By the time she was en route, NSP was able to get him in a bucket, and they brought him to her, and then we released him at a local park. Last year, feeding of big game was a huge issue than it really ever was. At that point in time, I was in Elko. Utah was asking residents to feed their big game to where we were still against it. People felt sorry for the animals. We had multiple cases where fawns or other deer would just lay down at people's doorsteps, like just wanting something to happen, whether it was taking care of them or feeding them. Coordinating with wildlife services, they're a huge asset to us right now. We've been getting a lot of lion attacks and everything else. The second somebody says, you know, my pet goat, my cow, something like that, we can outsource a lot of our calls to wildlife services. We do that in two parts. It frees us wardens up to kind of do what we have to do within the area between investigating what actually killed this livestock. So we follow up with wildlife services, but then we also follow up with the homeowner once the incident's been taken care of to ensure that their questions have been asked or answered and they've been taken care of. Jack with Wildlife Services has been really good with us. UNR's long-term study with urban bobcats. So the bobcat in the photo on the left, that bobcat is collared. It's collared by UNR. They're doing a long-term study regarding the domestication of bobcats within the Reno area. That bobcat, we think it's the same one, has been caught multiple times killing backyard chickens. When I got this one, it got itself trapped in a coop after it killed 13 chickens in somebody's backyard. And we're pretty sure it was the same cat 2 weeks before that got in the same people's backyard and killed 4 of their ducks. So it's becoming a huge issue. The doctor associated with this, she begs us not to dispatch these bobcats because she needs the data and she doesn't have any money to collar additional bobcats. So we do our best to accommodate her because we are also looking for that data. Right, we want to be able to say what these bobcats are doing in urban situations. The photo on my right is from the big snowstorm, a year and a half ago now. That's out my front door in Elko, when the deer was just demolishing our pumpkins right after Halloween. This is something we're kind of seeing more and more frequently now, which is something we do not want to see. Right here on the 9th of January, coyote attacks a 2-year-old girl at Lake Las Vegas, near the grocery store. Lieutenant Walther was able to kind of use a handful of coyotes out of that one. We were able to dispatch some coyotes out of that. It's hard down there because we get people that think they're dogs and they start feeding them and then they come closer and closer and closer to people and it just creates this issue time and time again. I don't know if many are aware, but City of Las Vegas recently enacted an ordinance for basically banning of feeding of wildlife, any wildlife on city-owned property, but it stops at city-owned property. And the problem with that is you get one person that starts feeding it, then they come closer and people start feeding them because they think they're dogs and they feel sorry for them. We encourage people not to feed them, especially with like big game, the bears up in Tahoe become a huge issue, as Becca described earlier with the trash and all the rest of that stuff. But But as far as feeding coyotes, all you can do really is tell them not to do it. I'll leave you with this. While it doesn't look like it, that is actually a game warden, Quinn Hesterly out of Elko, probably on a day off. This is an urban call that we received at South Fork Reservoir. Warden Hesterly, being the all-around game warden that he is, decided to go out there and make it happen. So I'll leave you with this video.
That part's pretty gutsy, right there, yeah. For the record, Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain. It was very good to see y'all again. Two programs I'm going to discuss with you today. First, the Operation Game Thief program, which I oversee, and the second will be guides. Operation Game Thief was established in 1981 in conjunction with the Operation Game Thief Citizens Board. They're still in act today. They're responsible, I don't have a slide for them, but they're responsible for the actual payments made to the anonymous parties that report crimes and which go through the adjudication process and are convicted of it. So our wardens submit quarterly reward requests for their cases, and the Operations Game Thief Citizens Board graciously, almost always, award the recipients. The Operations Game Thief also provides a public resource to report wildlife crime. We do this a couple of different ways, which we'll get into. It's funded through the civil penalties collection by wildlife violators. What that means is whenever somebody violates like a license law, something as simple as fishing without a license, wardens will cite that individual and assess a $50 civil penalty. Out of the entire citation, the $50 is what comes back to the department. The rest of it goes to the county, the fines do. But the $50 then reimburse the department for the loss of the license and whatever that resource was taken during that time frame. For bigger civil penalties, you'll see later on that we have violations such as big game take without a tag, a felony level crime. Civil penalties range $5,000 to $30,000. Nearly all U.S. states have similar programs like Operation Game Thief. They're called different things throughout the country. But the national parent organization to our Operation Game Thief, they're not the same. They're a parent company kind of a thing, is International Wildlife Crime Stoppers. I currently sit on the executive board for that organization as well. So the program itself uses two Operation Game Thief trailers. I think that pretty much everybody here has at least been introduced to those at different trade shows, sportsman shows, or maybe out in the hills in the deserts of Nevada, just randomly during what we call unit watches during hunting seasons. The trailers are used in these public events to inform the community that poaching does exist and encourages people to, it doesn't have to be hunters, it could be anybody, encourage people to report potential wildlife crime or anything that looks suspicious related to wildlife. The OGT program also has reserve wardens. Currently we have one, actually we have two. This is Mike Messman. He's currently works for Washoe County DA's office. He was Lyon County detective prior to that. Gets into the reserve program because he genuinely loves wildlife. He came from a game warden family as well, Mike Messman, or Fred Messman, who was a boating law administrator in the past. We also have Previous Captain Brady Phillips is also a current reserve with us as well. And what these guys do in our reserve program, these are fully post-certified, can patrol, can arrest. They're either retired law enforcement or they're current law enforcement, but they have all their post credentials current, and they're able to go out with our active game wardens, not by themselves, but active game wardens, and assist them. And they also help run our Operation Game Thief program by being the main people responsible for the trailer setups and doing these community events. And by doing that, it takes a little bit of pressure and time away from our regular field officers, so they can go out and patrol. So we're basically getting a lot of work in community relations with our full-time uniformed guys as reserves. So the Operation Game Thief program used to be just an 800 number. And we all know how people love talking to people nowadays. So we changed it up quite a bit and made everything app-based. We still do have the 800 number, and people can still make that phone call and get a hold of our dispatch during the hours that they're open. But now the TIP app is something that people can download on their phones, have available anytime, night, day, doesn't matter where it is, and simply just open it up. Now with this, you can text directly through the app. You can upload photos of what you see. You can upload videos. You can give us coordinates. And then it also allows us to talk back and forth with you. It's still completely anonymous if you choose it to be. Even if somebody was to tell us who they are, legally we are barred. We cannot tell. It's not public information. So it is truly a great extension and progression of what the 800 number used to be. Now, who gets to see this? This is, I think it's on the next slide. Nope. Okay. Oh, at the bottom. So who gets to see this? So if I was to submit a tip right now, or if you were, let's put it that way, Commissioner Keel, you're to submit a tip right now, immediately my phone rings. Well, not rings, it dings. It shows me that I have a new text that says there's a new tip. I open up my text. At the same time, it goes to my dispatch supervisor. It goes to all my lieutenants and my investigators. So we all get to see this. And then we get to assign it to a regional warden to go respond to that. So it's immediate, it's effective, and it provides better information to us and more timely as well. Some things that we've done with this, you can see this ad is in all of our publications. It's also on our website. This is something that can be downloaded through the Android, Play Store, as well as the Apple Play Store. Another thing we've done, and I brought copies for you, you can have these. These are license and tag holders that we give away at our trailer events. And it gives people the opportunity to download the app right there at the trailer site, as well as to have in the field for all their friends and family to take advantage of the same program and have that with them indefinitely. So in 2023, the Law Enforcement Division conducted 146 wildlife investigations. 53 of those investigations were conducted as a result of that TIP app, which means that it's actually being used. And we're seeing, I don't have the exact stats, last I checked, there was about a 300% increase year over year on its use. In addition to the TIP app, Endow Dispatch, again, also still continues to receive phone calls. As far as the events, we take the trailers around to different events again, and in 23, we contacted about 5,000 people throughout the state, 11 events, including the Reno Sheep Show Youth Event, Elko Sportsman's Expo. You can see the list right there. We also conducted the Clark County Fair, which we also just got done with down there. Mason Ortiz Camp, thing up in Reno called Barks and Badges, which is a law enforcement expo. And then unit watches. If you're not familiar with what a unit watch is, this is where game wardens get together on a pre-planned event throughout the hunting seasons. So let's say, for example, last year, we went down to Pioche. And we were there for 4 days. And wardens throughout the state kind of all camped together and use that as a hub. I take the trailer to a very conspicuous place, like the corner of the highway and another highway, set up right there just at random. And the public stops. You know, there's a lot of rubbernecking going on, a lot of U-turns, people showing up and saying, what in the world is going on here? And then phones start ringing. And it's known that the game wardens are out, not in a bad way. We have a lot of good, welcome, you know, just experiences there. A lot of people are thankful that we're there. Plans for 2024. So what we did last year is trailers need a little sprucing up. Things were getting a little old, so decided to go ahead and purchase some new systems for it. Solar, adding solar systems to it, 200-watt solar panels, inverters, 12-volt lights, so we can have lights indoors and not have to pay the shows $300 for a light switch. And then we're also bought TVs, and we're working with Con Ed right now to have a different series of presentations to play on a loop during any and all events. Everything from what the TIP app is to general, you know, game warden activities, but just promoting the whole idea of wildlife crime is something for everybody to participate in reporting of. Yeah. All right, guides and outfitters, changing gears. So the program oversight goes through my office in conjunction with Administrative Assistants Jennifer Miller and Emily Hobbs. Guide license fees are used to partially fund administrative assistant position, which process the guide paperwork, processes payments, and answers a lot of questions. Guides are independent business entities who are licensed through the department to perform hunting and fishing guide services. There's a whole body of law in NRS 504 that covers guiding. I won't get into all that right now. But Nevada recognizes two different levels of guides. One is a master guide, which has full authority over their business, including contracts. And then we have sub-guides who are employed by the master guide and have extremely limited authorities. So in 2023, Nevada had licensed 112 master guides and 353 sub-guides. In general, we average around, close to 500 guides a year on average over the years. We've denied several licenses due to criminal histories, didn't meet the minimum criteria to be a guide in the first place. And then we've also had to suspend several guides for various reasons. NDOW has 60 days, this is a great thing for us here, 60 days to make a determination of licensing of whether or not we're going to allow that individual, that applicant, to have a license. So 60 days. Now we've basically knocked that down. Our turnaround time is 16 days from the time of application coming in to when we license that individual. We've revamped a lot of our processes and requirements. We've always been allowed to, by regulation, to perform background checks on our guides. In the past, that was not really being done in very much. So we decided to go ahead and implement that. And in doing so, we're screening out quite a few potential issues. So we also have, and you were all part of this in the last session, in NAC updates. We went ahead and updated language about client contracts in the field, requiring the contracts to be in the field with the guides, as well as records available for inspection in the field. And these, again, were added as a protective measure for master guides. Some of the guide investigations, I know this is going to come up, and we have had over the last couple of years, 2 years, about 25 investigations concerning guides and guiding in Nevada. These are examples of some of the issues that we see related to guides. And don't get me wrong, guides are great. We have a fantastic group of professionals out there. Sometimes one or two go astray intentionally or accidentally, and this is an example of some of those incidents. All right, with that, I will leave these with Linda Barr, and I'd like you all to have one.
So I'm Investigations Lieutenant John Anderson for the record. Recently hired about 8 months ago to take over this program. An investigator in the Nevada Department of Wildlife is like a detective for a police agency, where we hire people for these positions that show drive, determination, and really go out and learn warrants. They're really proactive guys, and they're people who become mentors for investigations for younger field wardens. We created a mission statement. I'll just read through this real quick. So the mission statement of the Nevada Department of Wildlife Law Enforcement Division Investigations Unit is to provide expert-level investigation of wildlife and boating crimes. Investigators provide advanced knowledge, training, resources, and equipment to investigation efforts statewide. We provide investigative mentorship to wardens within the Law Enforcement Division. Investigators are catalysts for regional efficiencies, detection, prosecution of wildlife and boating crimes, and the overall success of the Nevada Department of Wildlife. There was a time there where it was thought that maybe investigators were not serving our purposes as good as they could be because we were pulling uniformed wardens out of the field to become non-uniform guys in plain trucks, plain clothes. It's been proven around the nation that investigators, when done correctly, that they increase the efficiencies of regions. And that's what we want our investigators to do. We're taking those long-term investigations that really grind on a game warden from the field guy, and giving him the opportunity to be out there flying the flag, and we're grinding on the 2-year-long investigations so our guys can get out there and make the contacts and do the things they need to. Right now we have Captain Jake Kramer is over our program. I'm the lieutenant, and then we have one regional investigator in the southern region. We are now hiring another one. Applications are in, and we've got some really good applicants for that position. And then we'd like, eventually, my goal as a lieutenant over this program is to have another one. So one regional investigator for each region, and we're going to push really hard for that. So what does an investigator do? I went over this a little bit. We assist and mentor field wardens. We develop case-specific investigations, strategies, operational plans. These are things that it takes a long time to learn these skills. A new warden doesn't have the skills that an investigator has. And so we're briefed on case law, interview and interrogation, undercover operations. We have specialized equipment that we maybe can't afford for everyone in the region, so the investigator would have really good cameras, night vision, things like that for that region. We're also really good at warrant writing and understanding how to work with DAs and follow cases through to prosecution. We train our investigators at a higher level than anyone else in the region so that they can be investigative mentors for that region. And then, we send them to classes all over the nation to develop those skills so they can bring them to their regions. We take on, it's not a burden, but it takes a lot of time to do a residency investigation. It takes a lot of knowledge on how to develop those cases, and it really bogs down a field warden to have to dig into where does a person live. So a lot of those investigations come to us, and we're really skilled at those investigations. What did I do? I broke it. So anything involving guides and outfitters, we take that lead. Those are really hard, difficult investigations that can really bog down a region. We put ourselves at the forefront of that. A lot of times we're utilizing regions and working with lieutenants in those regions to work those investigations, but we take those very seriously, our guide investigations. Because it is their livelihood, it deals with money, it can be very complicated to investigate a guide outfit. that last bullet point, unlawful activity like drones, thermals, optics, harassment of wildlife, trespassing, baiting, trail cameras, all those things we work on investigating. We're also going to be the lead in investigating illegal wildlife trade if there's ivory coming into the state, reptiles, amphibian, sail trade, all that stuff falls under our purview. So we're going to take the lead on those investigations. We assist agencies all over the nation and honestly all over the world with different things that come into our state. The one case I'm going to highlight real quick is a case that our investigations unit worked on, and it involves a drone, which is something I know you guys have been briefed on and helped create regulations for the use of drones in hunting. So this happened in 2021. It was just recently adjudicated. Great investigation. It took us about a year to investigate it. We immediately developed some suspects based on a witness that provided a video to us. Can you play that? Thank you. So we received this video. There was a giant buck that was in this field, well known to the people in the area. And it should be longer than that, but okay. So no one could get this buck off the private property, so these individuals decided, this one should be a video too, right? If you could play that one while I'm talking. So they developed a plan to take this drone and drive this buck off of private onto public and then shoot it. So the first part of that video is them watching it, and then there's this drone flying over. This guy did a great job of videoing. Usually when we get videos, they're not this good. They're pretty crappy, but he had some good optics and a cell phone, and he was able to get us this video. From this, we developed 2 suspects who denied it, and the photo's grainy enough to where we really couldn't prove it. We had enough PC to put together 6 search warrants for social media. We're able to get Snapchat and a lot of different things that we're able to prove our case. These cases aren't easy to prove. It seems like you have 2 suspects. It looks like and they're obviously doing some pretty nefarious stuff. So we were able to prove this case. It's a long story, took a lot of work, and we proved it really, really well through all these digital media warrants and executions of search warrants. In the end, these 3 men were convicted and charged with 6 gross misdemeanors, $15,000 in penalties, and 15 years combined hunting and fishing privileges revocations. This is just one example of what a long-term investigation looks like. It's not going in and writing a ticket. And our field wardens do this stuff too, but sometimes the lieutenant may decide that I don't want my guy that patrols Area 10 to spend 3 months during hunting season working on this, and it needs work now. So I'm gonna take my investigator that's in that region and assign him that case so we can free up our guys. Investigators are essential for what the Nevada Department of Wildlife Law Enforcement Division is trying to do. And we're gonna keep building this program. We want it to be something that every single game warden aspires to become. Like, it's the culmination of your career when you become an investigator and become that mentor for your region. So thank you.
Christy Knight for the record. I'll fly through the training section. I believe it was made fairly long, but we do complete a lot of training. For new wardens, they have to go through the post-academy, which is 16 to 22 weeks long, and then a field training program that's about 19 weeks long. This is all the mandatory training for post requirements in CJIS, NCIC, and not less than 12 hours in racial profiling, mental health, well-being of officers, implicit bias recognition, de-escalation, human trafficking, firearms training, daytime, nighttime, baton refresher, OC refresher, taser refresher, arrest control tactics twice per year, use of force review, and implicit bias and cultural competency biannually. This is some wardens training. Supplemental training for law enforcement, obviously CPR, TCCC, use of force, First and Fourth Amendment, narcotic, report writing, all the important things to be a law enforcement game warden. Then for boating specifically, we have U.S. Coast Guard navigational rules, seated batteries of standardized field sobriety tests. That's to actually get the intoxicated operators off the water. Vessel operations, because you have to learn to operate a boat before you can operate a boat. Personal watercraft operations, vessel collision investigation, vessel collision reconstruction, officer water survival, and reality-based scenarios. And that was one of the trainings coming up to PWC. Supplemental training for wildlife enforcement efforts, chemical mobilization, reality-based training, use of hunting, fishing, or training equipment, detection of, investigation of trapping, hunting, or fishing violations, use of ATV and UTV, and off-road emergency vehicle operations, and recovery techniques. We get stuck quite often. And then this is some of the training that we do. On the left is UTV, ATV, and then the other is reality-based training. Some of the specialty programs we have within our training is NASBA accreditation, leadership development program, peer support team, body-worn cameras, and then we train the front staff on identifying stolen vessels, illegal titles, and things of those natures. National Association of Boating Law Administrators. If you want to go in more detail, but I know we're way behind, so I wanted to fly through that.
I'll fly already.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ted Lienhardt. I'm the Communication System Manager for the department. In speaking to my father, who's gone on, I could talk to him for 20 seconds and he'd glaze over. I'm not going to talk to you about electronics, and I'm not going to talk to you about radios. You want to know about that? Let's talk. That's not what I'm talking about, but I do need to give you just a few simple things that we have. Within our state, we operate a statewide two-way radio system to provide emergency and operational communications for the employees in the field. Communications personnel is myself, I have a technician named Robert, and I have another guy. He is a so-called seasonal. He works part-time, but he had my job. So he only gets paid when he works. And boy, is he a great asset. Often other times, other communications systems are either lacking or completely unavailable in the areas that we go. And so we absolutely have to have our own radio system to cover many of the 110,000 square miles in Nevada. Department radio system consists of a statewide dispatch center. You'll be hearing a lot more. We're saving the best till last. 7 remote-controlled base stations, 32 repeaters, and then 252 mobile radios and 67 handheld radios. Now, the Department radio system was begun in the mid-1950s, and as they say, that was before my time. Now, this is where it gets fun. I'm going to kind of take you on a few of the things that we get to do, not so much the electronics and stuff. That's it. That's the stats. That's the stuff. Here, this is the road coming toward the Delano Peak repeater site. That's up by Montello. You'll notice the small 2-track leading off to the left. That 2-track is actually the best way up to the site. And then you get to this part. This place right here, it's often difficult to establish the scale of what's seen in the photograph. I've circled our radio site in red. If you look really carefully, you'll see the tower up there. It's a long way away. However, as you can see, snowy conditions like these on the same Delano Peak change everything. One of my favorite examples of this variability is a radio site known as Snow Valley Peak. It's near Carson City, up above Spooner. It has a commanding view of Reno, Carson, Minden, and Lake Tahoe. And in the summer, driving to the site is accomplished by dry dirt roads. It's really fun. You don't get to drive on the Tahoe Rim Trail very often. We do. But in the winter, when the site is covered with snow, either a helicopter or a snow vehicle is necessary to even get to the site to accomplish repairs. And the more snow, the more difficult it gets. What you see on the different protuberances up there is what's called rime ice. It's an ice that coats every exposed surface on a mountaintop. And so it makes climbing of towers and poles really hazardous. Now, without snow cover, it's possible to see the remains of antennas, solar panels, other items that have been destroyed by the high winds and rugged weather conditions at these high elevation sites. Final radio site today is known as Maggie Peak, which received that name from the Nevada Highway Patrol back in the 70s. There are other radios and other buildings on the site now. It's more commonly known as Trident Peak. But if you notice the solar panels on the ground that are underneath those panels, those old panels were torn off their steel mount and broken by a wind estimated at above 130 miles per hour. And then please also notice the top of these new panels is well above the head of myself, the photographer. I stand 6'5" high. These are the same solar panels, or will be. Get over there. There you are. Okay, these are the same solar panels freshly uncovered in the snow from last year. Uncovering them allowed the sun to shine on them, providing electricity to power our repeater. One of our NDOW pilots and one of our NDOW biologists did the work to uncover these panels. And this is the building on Maggie Peak during that same flight, buried by the snow. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And again, if you want to talk about electronics or radio, we could certainly do that, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Hello, my name's Susan Creo. I'm the dispatch supervisor. I'll be giving you a very brief overview of dispatch operations. So our dispatch personnel, myself, and 3 others at this moment. We have one more that we're getting ready to hire, so fingers crossed we'll be fully staffed by summer. We have together, all 4 of us, over 85 years dispatch experience. That's city, county, state, federal, you name it. We have a wide variety of expertise, which helps out because this is a niche type dispatch operation, wildlife, law enforcement. We also service BLM, Forest Service, and Fish and Wildlife. We transmit over 600,000 radio transmissions yearly with field personnel. Each transmission is counted. 14,000 phone calls per year, a wide variety of calls, bear sightings, injured animals, nuisance animals, urban wildlife, as Lieutenant Coons spoke about, poaching, general questions from the public. Types of calls just vary on the season. We're starting to get into our bear season and boating season, so those are types of calls. And the baby birds that keep falling out of nests this time of the year. What we do, we monitor 33 radio channels. Ted has set us up with 33 radio channels to be able to communicate throughout the state with all the game wardens at any time. We also have the inReach GPS tracking. The game wardens turn that on when they come on shift. If for some reason they're in a difficult place where we can't talk to them on the radio or their portable radios, we are able to use the inReach. It's a very valuable resource. We've done a couple of rescues just using the inReach texting option. We also provide the radio communications for the helicopters when they're conducting the field surveys, radio tower maintenance, like Ted mentioned, and capture and releases, things like that. We're the ones that they communicate with, and we monitor them through the Spider Tracks system. We also work with the local city, state, and federal agencies throughout the state, as well as assisting them on emergency calls, as well as them backing us up as well. So we're talking to a lot of different people, not just our game wardens. We also have a lot of paperwork. We also are the Records Bureau for the Law Enforcement Division that processes arrest warrants, traffic tickets, data retrieval. Game wardens need it for fishing, trapping licenses, annual tags, verifying boat registrations, stolen boats, things like that. We're open 363 days a year from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. We're going back to that schedule in a couple of weeks. We're glad to hear that. That's our main phone number. We also have a we also have an email. Feel free to email or call. And that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
And that is all that we have. I would like to thank Zach Campbell for putting the 2 videos together that we had for the main what we do, and then also with Jamie Williams.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Booth.
Thank you, Christie. I think it's wonderful what they all do, and the old saying, you lead by example, and I think they show their leadership abilities in their individual departments because of you, and I want to thank you all for what you do for us, and also when you are here on duty at all of our commissioner meetings. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's easy to take for granted what you guys are doing, so I appreciate it too. I did have a question for Ted. So Ted, with the, you know, I mean, we know you got to have equipment, but to see the what you're working with, you know, any of us that have been out and about, I mean, it's some of these mountaintops and some of these places are difficult enough to get to, but the photo of the solar panels in the snow having to be dug out, who's digging those out?
That was our NDOW pilot and one of our NDOW biologists from Winnemucca.
So they actually helicoptered to the top of the mountain. I mean,
Yes.
there's a use of that helicopter we never talk about, and it's critical. But that looked miserable, and it looked like a lot of work. And so you have to pretty much do that within a certain time frame of every big storm that hits in order to maintain communications.
The best time to maintain everything is in the summertime. Unfortunately, that's not when it breaks down.
Yeah.
And so we just did 3 weeks and visited 10 sites. 2 of those were helicopter, and we repaired them both. The one affected fully a third of one of the regions, the eastern region.
Yeah, I mean, just to keep that infrastructure, just to keep that system maintained is, I mean, I really did. I've been on this commission for a long time. I know that there's a lot that goes into this. I mean, we all know that, but to actually hear about it, I mean, it really struck me, the effort that goes into it. So I appreciate the work you guys do to keep things moving and stay online. So thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. No, I just want, not a question, just thank all of you personally for what you do out there. I mean, since my time on the commission, I remember one of the first meetings asking Tyler Turnipseed about, you know, how staffed up was that division, and it's always understaffed. You know, and recognizing that you guys do a lot with very little, it's a testament to your guys' dedication, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Director Janae.
Yeah, thank you. Before we wrap up, I just want to thank the commission for the opportunity again for this, you know, to be able to get the divisions up here and kind of tell you guys about what they do and get a better understanding of what the department deals with, but also to the law enforcement division. It's no secret that in this day, there's a lot of demand on law enforcement, and these people can work anywhere. And to have the ability for them to have the passion and the purpose to stick with the agency when there's other places that they could be working, we don't take it for granted. We actually appreciate, you know, their commitment to the wildlife resources of the state of Nevada, and I think they do a great job, and definitely want to thank them for their presentation today, but also for the work that they do. Much of it is unrecognized and unrewarded, but greatly appreciated. So just wanted to thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, we are going to go to agenda item number 14, public comment period informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment here in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? Seeing none. So we will be adjourned until tomorrow, and we all have to say happy birthday to Cab Member Krim up there.